President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the October 19th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. Meeting is now in session. The time is 5:04 p.m. Per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines, the use of masks is strongly recommended but not required when indoors at the district office. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by Zoom. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page excuse me, of our website for those who plan to attend to address the board this evening. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek. Trustee Hanachek is not present at this time. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session agenda item?
We have no speakers.
The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, public employment and evaluation of performance. B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 5 ADR cases and 1 other case. C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 4 cases. Conference with real property negotiators, property Paseo Colinas property, 2.47 acre property located on Paseo de Colinas adjacent to Miguel Hills Middle School. E, conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees. Student expulsions, 3 cases. Public employee employment appointment, executive director of special education programs and related services. The board will now recess to closed session.
President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. Turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the October 19th, 2022 regular board meeting at the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 7:08 p.m. Per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines, the use of masks is strongly recommended but not required when indoors at the district office. As a reminder, per board policy 9323, meeting conduct, requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted only until 30 minutes after the start of the opening session. Please note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening board meeting, and they are available to anyone in the back of the room. Tenemos asistencia de intérpretes en español disponible. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate on Zoom. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to address the board on Zoom. Oral communications comes early in the agenda, is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. For board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. But the per speaker time may be less if there's a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communication comments. Please note if we have any students registered to speak this evening on the agenda, on any agenda item, we will hear them first before any adult speaker. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus. Here. Trustee Castellanos is absent this evening. Trustee Davis. Here. Trustee Hanachek. Here. Trustee Jones. Here. Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
Student Advisor Job.
Here.
I would like to ask Principal Masseston to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Sheila?
So, second, I would like to request that we move items 15A2 and 15A7 forward in the agenda with A7 first and then A2 after that. And those are the Capistrano Valley High Stadium and the student board member, because we have, I think, students who want to participate in those.
You're asking for those to come before item A1?
Well, I think there's interest in that as well, but I really like to get the things that are of interest to the students to come first. I understand that, I mean, everything we do is important.
Yeah.
But I'd like the students to be able to, oh wait, I think I said, I'm sorry, I gave the wrong number. It's 15A4 and 15A7, I think.
And you want 7 before 4?
Yes.
Okay, so with consent, we have a motion and a second, but the proposed change is to go A1, then A7.
A4 and A7.
You want, I thought you said you wanted 7 first and then 4.
Yes, correct.
I'll move with that addition.
Okay, A7, A4, and then come back to A2 and continue.
Correct.
Okay, so that is the motion to adopt the agenda with those amendments.
Second,
You're moved in second, moved by Trustee Jones, excuse me, Trustee Davis, second by Trustee Bullicus. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion passes 5-0-1 with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Jen. Okay, we will move on to, let's see. That was the adopting of the agenda, right? I apologize.
next.
Excuse me, Ms. Hayes, would you give us the report out of closed session?
On agenda item 3A, public employment and evaluation of performance, no reportable action. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 501 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases: 2022-0907, 2022-0909, 2022-0912, 2022-0913, and finally 2022-0926. On agenda item 3B6, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 501 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases: case number 2022-010-776, case number 2022-050593, 2022-050069, and finally 2022-060268. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3E, conference with labor negotiators, no reportable action. On agenda item 3F, student expulsions, trustees voted 501 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases: case number 2023-001, case number 2023-004, and finally case number 2023-006. On agenda item 3G, public employee employment appointment, trustees voted 501 to appoint Gina Dagley, Executive Director, Special Education Programs and Related Services, effective October 20th, 2022. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Hayes. I'd like to recognize Jimmy Knodel, Coordinator of Communications and Public Engagement, present tonight's special recognition.
Good evening and thank you. We have a few special recognitions tonight, starting with a special group of Capistrano Valley High School students. On the first day of school, they had a teacher who had a medical emergency. Spanish teacher Ashley Herbert had a seizure, which caused her to collapse and hit her head on the desk. This was the beginning of the period with students present, and 4 of the students jumped right into action to come to her aid. One student dialed 911 from her cell phone. One helped put the teacher on her side in a recovery position. Another one went to a teacher next door to get help. Another ran to the front office. The neighbor teacher called the front office as well, and campus supervisors, the athletic director, and administration responded in time to get her the aid she needed to keep her safe. The district would like to honor and recognize these 4 students for their quick action and help in saving this teacher's life. We'd like to recognize Dax Brown, Camden Whitaker, Taruk Siriwardena, and Lincoln Cole.
Not trust us. In or out. We can be back here. Can you see everybody?
Next, we would like to honor some student athletes from last year for their state championship winning performances. Our first honoree is from Capistrano Valley High. She was unable to join us today because she's a freshman at Menlo College on their wrestling team. But Neela Fritz was the 235-pound girls state wrestling and Southern section wrestling champion last year. So I'd like to congratulate her and her coach, Brian Shackelford. Next up, David Schmidt, who was the boys state 100-yard butterfly swimming champion, and his coach, Rod Snyder. Sorry, he is from San Juan Hills. Sorry. And next up, Avery Geis, who is the girls state 1-meter diving champion, also from San Juan Hills High School, and her coach, Nina Santala. Coach. Up there, guys, we'll get a quick photo of you.
You gonna come back behind him again?
And finally, tonight's ASB presentation is also from Capistrano Valley High School. I'd like to recognize Principal John Basustin, who will introduce the ASB president.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Vital Brulte. It is my honor to recognize Capistrano Valley High School ASB President Hunter Miller.
All right. Good morning, board members and Superintendent Vital Brulte. My name is Hunter Miller. I'm proud to be the 2022 to 2023 Capo Valley ASB president. I'm really honored to be speaking to you guys today, as well as bringing the entire Cougar family here to support with our Capo related bills. But yeah, other than that, we can get started. There we go. Okay. So we are just home to around 2,000 students here at Capo Valley High School. This year, we were able to get 107 clubs for the fall semester. So we're jumping back into things, obviously coming back from the COVID-19 pandemic, but personally, I think clubs is one of the best things that we have here at Capo. It truly shapes our identity and culture here. So like I said, we have 107 clubs ranging from hobbies, volunteer efforts, as well as pop culture and sports, hobbies, anything around that nature. So I'm really proud of our clubs. We worked really hard to bring back this club culture here at Capo, and I'm proud to be hosting one of the most clubs here in the district. So I'm really proud about that. And then going into our ratings. So we are just ranked #1 in the Capistrano Unified School District for prep public high school for college, and then 14th in Orange County and 86th in California. Okay, and now to bring your attention to the screen for a lovely video done by our Capo Media about Capo. Yeah. So that was just obviously a few of many of our students here at Capo. I'm very honored to have known a lot of them on a first name basis, to know them very personally. So going into our welcome back to Capo. So obviously coming back to this year, we were fully in person, kind of with no restrictions from COVID. So to kind of start off the year, we had our welcome back dance. So ASB organized this dance on the first Friday of the school year. So our theme was rock and roll into the year welcome back dance. So we had a rock and roll theme welcome back dance outside right across from our football stadium. And then also, according to that, we also had our lean crew do our freshman orientation around a week before the school year started. So all the freshmen were encouraged to come to our welcome back dance, which was free for all freshmen. So we got a really big turnout for all of that. And it was an amazing thing just to get the spirit and activities back to Capo like the way it used to 3 years ago before COVID. But yeah, that was some of the welcome back things that we did to start off the year. There you go. And then Capo football. So this has been an amazing thing that we're able to bring back this school year. So for our first CHS football home game, we actually won with a 48-14 win. So it was amazing turnout from the student section as well as the team. ASB organized a welcome back tailgate outside of the stadium before the game actually started. So we had t-shirt dyeing station with our Gold Rush theme. We had cornhole, ping pong, and then pizza for the students that came. And obviously we had our homecoming halftime show at the first week of September. So we had our queen reveal, and then we had our classes individual dances during halftime. And then the cage. So you can relate back to what we were saying in the video as well. So the Capo cage has been an amazing thing these last 4 years that I've seen throughout ASB and just as a whole school in general. So our cage has really grown throughout the past 4 years that I've seen. We were ranked #1 in Orange County in my freshman year, so 2019, and now we're getting back into those rankings. But the cage has always been a monumental pillar in Capo culture, and I'm really excited that we're able to bring it back, all the spirit and energy that Capo has to offer into our football games, basketball games, volleyball games, and everything else in between. But yeah, we have a Spirit Squad club here on campus, which students that are not in ASB or not really interactive within can go to these meetings and voice their input on dress up ideas. They can do it for sports events, anything that they want to be recognized as an ASB and as like a Spirit Squad. They can come together. We can kind of teach some of our new students these cheers and all these opportunities and just kind of share around our spirit that really makes Capo whole. So as you can see, we were voted #1 best student section in Orange County by OC Varsity. We were also week 8 of OC student section of the week. So that was actually just last week for our senior night. And then we were also week 7 OC register student section of the week. So that was the week before. So one of our cage traditions that I really love is our baby powder toss. If you don't know what that is, ASB gets together a lot of baby powder, and at kickoff, we all throw it into the air like in that picture. And these last 2 games, it's actually covered the entire stadium where you couldn't even see the field. So it's an amazing thing that I really like to do. And I know a lot of our schools, a lot of the schools in our area have kind of taken our tradition and made it to their own. So I'm really glad we were the original baby powder toss. We also do the roller coaster like Molly was trying to demonstrate, but during halftime, we'll go up in front of the entire student section, and right before the football players come back on the field, we'll do the roller coaster to get the energy back up for the rest of the game. And then obviously, like I said before, our Gold Rush Spirit theme for our black and gold colors. And then going back to Capo's clubs. So like I said before, we have 107 clubs this year. I'm really excited that this has been one of the highest number of clubs we've had the last 4 years that I've been at Capo. So how our club system works is that people can make clubs either for the fall or spring semester or both. We accept new and returning clubs. They just work with our clubs commissioners to create this event. One of the amazing things that Capo Clubs has to offer is that we do offer a lot of opportunities. So our upcoming event, Steam Showcase, a lot of clubs are able to participate in this event by hosting a trunk or treat or selling baked goods at these events. And we're also able to have more activities like Unity Week, where clubs are able to partake in specific ideals that relate to the week, and as well as World Cultures Week, where each club will be able to choose a country that they represent, and they can either make baked goods or just kind of show how that culture is represented within the country. So it's an amazing thing that we're able to offer as an ASB to people to just join clubs or make a new club with their friends, because all you need is 4 people. So I know there's a lot of clubs. We have a Capo Cinema Club this year. We have just all the culture clubs. So it's really nice to see a bunch of different people getting together, and all of 107 of the clubs, there's something for everybody. And if there's not, they have the chance to make one during the spring semester. And then some student involvement here at Capo. So in September, we had our cornhole tournament. So this is the third time that we've done this here at Capo, but it's an amazing thing that we were able to offer. We had 16 teams this year. So we usually have a mix between students and teachers play this game. It's during our lunch period. So we're able to bring some cornhole bags and we're able to do a big tournament style game. So like I was saying, September was our cornhole tournament. November is going to be our annual ping pong tournament. And then for second semester, we're planning our March Madness and then district-wide dodgeball tournament. So we have not been able to have our district-wide dodgeball tournament in almost 4 years now. So I'm really happy that we're able to get this back in business because Capo definitely wants to get the dodgeball tournament back together for a friendly style of school versus school. And so this is just a way for students to get more involved at Capo as well as teachers. We always get the fellow teacher teams that go up against the students. So it's really fun to see kind of like a student versus teacher type of thing and kind of get those bragging rights if you be your teacher. So it's really nice. And then next, so this is for our Capo community. So like I said before, we have our STEAM Showcase coming up. It's a community-wide event on October 25th. So it's open to the entire public. We like to welcome a lot of the younger kids, so we'll contact middle schools and elementary schools. A lot of our clubs will have trunk or treat lining along the STEAM Showcase. So it's just giving out candy to kids as they walk by. We also have partnering with Capo's OC Science Club as well as a dual immersion club. We have a Dia de los Muertos activities. So we have our altars and then we have all the activities. So we have dancers that we had last year perform actually for STEAM Showcase. And then our OC Science club at Capo actually hosts a lot of these experiments. So they are able to do different experiences that are interactive with the kids that come. It's a really nice way to see the different clubs here at Capo kind of work together to produce this community-wide event because Capo is the only one that does this. So it is a very open event. We usually get a ton of people that come and show up like in that picture over there. But this year it is going to be completely outside like it was before, but we are now bringing back our haunted hallway that our engineering team brings back. So for anybody that is here, please come out to STEAM Showcase on October 25th. And then going into Art Week. So this is one of the things that we work with our art department to perform. So it's actually going to be the first week of November this year, but we were working with these art departments to showcase all of their artwork. So we're working with choir, working with instrumental music, Capo Media, and all the other art clubs and art programs here at Capo to showcase what they're doing because we definitely want to show in all their hard work that they've been doing throughout this year. And it's just a way that students can kind of see their work and then go to more of their events. So it's just a way for students and staff to participate with their arts department and with their art students and teachers. And then lastly, for one of our Capo community, so ASB and our amazing counselors here at Capo are able to produce Suicide Prevention Week, breast cancer awareness, and anti-drug abuse. So these are just a few of many that we're able to provide to our Capo students and staff. It's usually just a week long event where we're able to just bring awareness to the issues. We actually just finished with our breast cancer awareness week just the other last week, which we were able to work with our counselors to just do a bunch of posters around campus to just make sure that everybody is feeling welcome, whether they have family members or just personal involvement with those issues. And then we're also working on our anti-drug abuse week, which will happen next week, where we'll just pass out the red ribbon bracelets and just help kids kind of learn about the effects that drugs have on their life and their family members' lives. So it's one of the things that Capo is able to work with our counselors, staff, and students to kind of make sure we're bringing awareness to these issues. And then next, going into visual and performing arts. So personally, throughout my last 4 years at Capo, visual and performing arts has been an amazing thing that I love to bring awareness to because obviously Capo is known for our theater arts program. We definitely have our new theater, which has been an amazing thing for our theater arts, our choir and instrumental music to be a part of. But definitely going into theater arts. So they just had their spelling bee play during the summer musical, and they're also getting ready for their fall play later in November. So for last year, they were nominated for 8 J-Ray Awards and then also 19 Cappies Awards. That was for the spring performance of Matilda and the fall performance of Puffs. So obviously we have an amazing theater arts program with different levels that students are able to get interactive with if they want to be an actor's rep class to learn more about becoming an actor, or if they want to be in stagecraft and work on stage set design with our amazing teachers and students. So theater arts is an amazing thing that has been progressive throughout our Capo last 4 years that I've seen, and I can't wait to see the amazing thing that they do this entire year. And then going into Capo Media. So this is one of our video production classes here at Capo. They work closely with Film Ed to teach students about video production skills for directing, producing, editing, and filming. So it's an amazing thing to see some creative students get together and show the sports, culture, and life at Capo, as their motto goes, for their Capo 360 episodes. But in 2021, they were nominated for 3 OCFF nominations. So for Best Broadcast, Show Open, and Producer. So I can't wait to see all the amazing things we do. We have amazing students from sophomore to seniors that are able to get enrolled into this class, and they produce amazing films and episodes, usually bi-monthly throughout our Capo year, and they're able to make their own films and submit them to the OC Film Fest, as I said before, and get nominated for these special awards to bring recognition to their work. And then this is going back into theater arts. So like I said before, they just had their spelling bee performance. They have the Play That Goes Wrong showcasing in November, and then the Mary Poppins musical for the spring. And then just to go over some athletic updates, as you guys mentioned before, but we did have Neela Fritz won the CIF Wrestling State Champions. It's the first ever in Capo Valley history for wrestling. So it was an amazing thing to recognize with our wrestling program. We also had the 2021 to 2022 boys cross country qualify for the state championship. So it was also another first time for Capo Valley High School. We had Luke Meyer, a senior last year, all as well, winning CIF Wrestling Masters Championship. So that's right before the state level. And then we had Sophia Pastrana. She is the two-time member of the CIF Wrestler Master Qualifier. So she got this her freshman and then junior year because there was no sophomore year for her. But now she's a senior, and we can't wait to see what she does because she is one of the leaders of our wrestling program. And then we also had our girls soccer make it to round 2 of CIF last year. And then we had our JV song make it, they actually won the USA Nationals. So that was an amazing thing to see them work on. And then we had Eric Kim. He's a class of 2023. He's now a senior. He won the Seaview League Tennis Singles Championship. We also bring recognition to our Black and Gold Brigade. That is our marching band and color guard. So we're able to bring recognition to them with all of the amazing work that they do. They just had their open showcase last weekend. So it was an amazing thing to think. They got 3rd in the Division 1A, 2A, 3A championship. And we can't wait to see what they're doing next because they are an amazing group of students, and just be able to see them work at our football games and then at our performance is an amazing thing. And then lastly, obviously our color guard, they won the High Auxiliary Award. So that's an amazing thing to see just our students coming back from the COVID-19 pandemic and using all of that we've been through to kind of help them with athletics, academics, and activities. So being ASB president and being in ASB for the last 4 years, I cannot wait to see what we do this year. And I'm so excited to see all the amazing thing Capo has to do within our everything from classes to sports to athletics and arts program. So with that, going into our second semester events. So this is kind of like we were saying in the video. So Quadcella and air guitar are one of our big Capo tradition events. It's kind of our unique thing. So starting with Quadcella, it's also working with our arts department. So it's our little spinoff on Coachella. It's actually usually right after Coachella weekend. So it gives students an opportunity just to kind of hang out. It's usually a less crazy one, like a homecoming dance would be. You usually just bring blankets, you bring lawn chairs, you sit in our quad and just listen to live music. We usually get high school bands to come and do that. So it's a very amazing thing. We have food trucks and people are just able to hang out with their friends. It's usually right before AP test season. So you're just able to de-stress from all of that. But Quadcella is an amazing thing. People get really interactive with it because there's obviously a lot of people at our schools in our district that don't really want to be in the center of the activities. They want to kind of hang back with their friends, just kind of hang out and do whatever they want. So Quadcella gives us this opportunity to just hang out with their friends, sit and listen to live music. It's an amazing thing just to get back into the community because it is a community event. We get our local high school bands to play, and it's an amazing thing just to see kind of our more instrumental music players. And then air guitar. So this is a very annual Capo tradition and that we are very proud to host. So it's usually in March. It's from all grade levels, but a lot of the seniors like to do it because it's their 4th year. They get to hang around with their friends one last time before graduation. So it's groups of 7 to 10 students. They perform acts and dances in our mall. It's usually a 5-minute skit. So it has dances they can do, little funny skits that they usually bring teachers into to bring kind of a fun little aspect to that. We sold out of our seats last year or came close to it, and we're looking to sell it again. So our last year's theme was Who Wants to Be a Billionaire Guitar? So we worked with our Capo Media and ASB members to create a little promo and kind of just a theme sanctioned activity. So when each group member went up, we kind of did like a game show host type of thing. So you can see there are winners of last year. So it's just an amazing thing to get people to get really involved with. We have our tickets being sold out to seniors the first day, then juniors and seniors second day, and so forth. And people usually like to camp out to wait in line to get that perfect seat for the front row. But that's an amazing thing that we like to see in March and just get a lot of student involvement, which is amazing. And then kind of going into more. So Unity Week is one of our new weeks that we started within our CBHS Task Force Against Racism and Social Inequity. So we took a lot of ideas from San Juan Hills High School and worked with their task force as well to create this week here at Capo. But I was very honored to help create this event here at Capo. So we were able to talk about cultural art awareness. We were able to talk about gender identity, mental health, and the environment. So we had just we had speakers. So we had our APES teacher, our AP Environmental Science teacher, speak to almost 300 students and staff during our tutorial times to bring awareness to climate change and necessary environmental issues that we as students can take part in and make action. As well, we were able to bring a gender identity speaker from Soka University. She came and spoke to almost 400 students in our theater. She was able to bring awareness to a lot of these social issues that have impacted a lot of schools in our district. And I'm really honored to bring kind of this awareness to gender identity and different world issues that aren't usually talked about in a school setting, but we're able to bring awareness to that to help students kind of feel like they're welcome at Capo, because that is one of our main mission points, is just make sure everybody has a place to feel welcome and just be able to voice their concerns about the world around them. And this was a way that people could get very involved. Like I said before, clubs were able to take part in the Cultural Art Appreciation Day, where they're able to represent a country and show how their art is represented in their culture and religion. And then lastly, Clash of Classes. It's a thing that all of our schools do in our district, but it's an amazing class versus class thing. So we had our in-person one last year with luckily. So it's us, we have daily lunchtime activities and just a spirit off between each class. And it's an amazing thing to see students kind of get very excited to dress up to school, to play lunchtime activities and pep rally games. And it's an amazing thing. We do make our Clash of Classes video wrap. They're all on YouTube, and an amazing thing just to see a lot of our students from different class get involved and kind of show their school spirit. So it's an amazing thing just to see as well. And then, yeah, thank you guys. That's Capo.
Thank you. That was amazing. To use one of your favorite words. Thank you. Now it's time for board and superintendent comments. We'll start with Superintendent Kirsten Vitale.
Great. Good evening and welcome to our October 19th CUSD Board of Trustee meeting. Today I had this amazing opportunity to observe Bernice Air Middle School's SWELL program. It offers targeted intervention to support all of our students. And I was truly inspired by the extraordinary teaching staff. I can't say enough about how much I appreciate their work sharing, teaching, collaborating, and learning together at BAMS. And for sharing this work with teachers and administrators across our whole district. We must have had 35. I appreciate Joy Schnapper joined us there, CUA president. 35 or 40 educators just walking through their classrooms and sharing practice. It just really was an inspiring, exciting event. This incredible group of teachers and staff are leading the way through the professional learning community process and using common formative assessments and data to support students by building specific instruction by name by need for students. Students are building confidence, growth mindset, and all on that campus seem to be having fun and spreading joy as they do this work together. So I know this is happening across our district. I think almost all of our schools have something in place, but just really exciting to see that and be a part of that. Exciting to share that Capistrano Unified won the 2022 Golden Bell Award from the California School Boards Association. The district was honored in the English Learner by Literacy category for our language immersion programs. And again, these are pre-K through 12, and we have one of the finest language immersion programs in the state. And this was recognized by CSBA. So my shout outs first go to our amazing language immersion principals and teachers and classified staff. Without you, these would not be the amazing programs that they are. These schools have continued to do this work, striving to help our students learn 2 languages proficiently. And it's wonderful to see you all receive this extraordinary recognition by CSBA. And on a side note, yep, I'm a proud language immersion mama with a 3rd grader at Las Palmas. So I see firsthand what's happening for our young people. Also, Principal a Day event, it's back for the first time since 2019. So on Friday, October 21st, schools will welcome a local community member onto campus to serve as acting principal. And all participants will enjoy a luncheon at the district office afterwards. And it's actually one of my favorite events because it is so nice for our community to be able to come into our schools and our classrooms and see what's really happening. So just so excited for that. And just as a reminder, Tuesday, November 1st is a pupil-free day across the district. Teachers and staff will utilize the day for professional development, planning, conferences, all kinds of things. So thank you. And I just want to appreciate and congratulate Gina Dagley in her new role in special education. So welcome to your new role. Thank you so much. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Trustee Bullockis.
I just have a few words tonight, but first of all, I'd like to welcome the Capo Cougars to the boardroom tonight. One of my favorite things to see in people is passion. And I can tell you're passionate about a certain subject we're going to be discussing tonight. What else I like to see is exuberance. And Hunter Miller, you landed it. I really don't have anything to add because we're anxious to get to the agenda. So I'm going to pass it on to other board members. Thank you.
Trustee Davis.
Yes, I also would like to welcome Capo Cougars. This is great. I love seeing all your smiling faces and your spirit and your colors. And thank you, Hunter. Great rundown of what's happening there. I want to be there every day. Sounds fun. Sounds great. I love it. Thank you. Fall activities are in full swing. Athletics and academics, arts and activities, football and all fall sports and everything that goes along with fall. I was honored to be at the San Clemente High School musical last week at Newsies, which is under the stars, as San Clemente High School doesn't have a fancy theater like Capo. And one of the nights had to be canceled because of the weather. So they pivoted and made it work, but it was incredible, absolutely positively incredible under Kirsty McCleary's direction. It was just a fabulous group of students and such a great event. And last month, in the last month, one of our daughters was married. It was a perfect day filled with very special, beautiful, magic moments. So glad to be here tonight.
Trustee Hanchek. Trustee Jones.
Oh, sorry. So I wanted to also acknowledge some things that Hunter talked about, the air guitar. One of the great joys of my life was to see a video of Principal Josh Hill being pitbull at one of the air guitars several years ago. And another of my great joys was to be able to mention that in public places and see him turn beet red. I think he had a great time doing it, and it was fun to be able to tease him about it. Then also, I have been to your marching band competition that is held, and I volunteered there last year, and it is wonderful to watch them all. They start out with the ones that are not going to win, and they get better and better, and some of these teams are amazing. So that was a lot of fun. But what I want to talk about primarily is the World's Greatest Schools Conference that I went to earlier, and I'm wearing the shirt. It's held at Los Osos High School every year in Rancho Cucamonga. And this is for middle schools and high schools that want to improve their school climate and their school culture, and about creating an inclusive culture in which all students feel involved and part of the community. Again, something Hunter talked about. We know that, I went with the the activities director and the link crew advisor from Aliso Niguel High School. They wanted to check it out. And then Dana Hills brought their activities director and an entire busload of students, because this is really a conference from students. And yeah, I can see Hunter getting all excited. You should be excited. This is a wonderful event. Like you come out and you were so energized. And I often talk about, some of you have heard this already. Stop me if you've heard this. I'm going to say it again anyway. Elementary school is like a family. Middle school is like a neighborhood, but high school is like a town. And it is hard to feel connected in that town. But in this conference, they talk about students helping students become more connected. And I've been talking to the staff about whether we could bring that conference to CUSD next year or the year after. I will reveal here that I went to high school with the organizer. We were on ASB together. And he is very interested in bringing it here. And I think we may be doing that or something similar to it in the very near future. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess my only comment, other than enjoying all the school activities, as Hunter said, it's so good to be back in person with everything, and the enthusiasm is obvious at every level, elementary, middle, and high school. I also do want to give a second shout out to Gina Dagley, and I'd like you to stand up so we can recognize you as our new special ed director. She brings years of experience in the special ed area, and we're so glad to have you in that leadership program. At this time, student advisor Alex Shao.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's incredibly exciting to see so much black and gold in the house tonight. Very proud to be a Cougar. And Hunter, thank you so much for touching on most of the points that I was going to talk about. I think everything from school culture to sports handled it incredibly well. And I think just to kind of hop along with that, to highlight school activities and achievements, last week, I know our district robotics team won their regional event, and then there's just so much to celebrate, I think, within our school culture. And between the last month's meeting and now into October, so much has happened. I've had an incredible time attending football games, volleyball games. And like Hunter said, school culture is back. And that's all thanks to you guys, both teachers, staff, and students. We really cannot have the Capo family without any one of these components. But something else I wanted to highlight, and using my platform to encourage students to visit resources and to kind of realize something within the perspective is, now it's October, going into November, especially for seniors, is college app season. I think something to talk about here is that it seemed so much as a traditional process for us to go through. For many, it's a time of uncertainty, and it's time that people are panicking to write essays and to finish the activities list. I think it should be discussed that this isn't something that should be stigmatized when talking about mental health and talking about one's well-being. And that's why I'm so proud to be part of Capo, where we have so much collaboration between student bodies and the counselors that offer all of these resources for your mental health. So I encourage all students to, if it ever gets overwhelming, to obviously visit these resources. It's something not just Capo has, it's something that all schools have resources for you. It's something that all schools want to make you feel, it's never a school's kind of idea to make you feel overwhelmed. And all of these schools have wonderful, amazing resources that will, help you out and will eventually help you get to a better place. So please, I think, just visit these resources. It's been an incredible month. It's going to be an incredible few more months. College apps are almost over. Go Cougars.
Thank you, Alex. At this point, we can move into oral communications. This is for non-agenda items. The total time for oral communication shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less if there's a large number of speakers. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speakers for oral communication?
We have 15 speakers this evening. We have 12 in person and 3 online. Would you like to go with 2 minutes per speaker? That would waive your policy and put you at 30 minutes for oral communications.
Trustees, are you okay with 2 minutes apiece? Okay, all right, or encourage anybody that is just supporting a previous speaker to say or support the previous speaker and move on so we can get through this. I'll leave it up to you to call us through this.
Okay, we'll start with our in-person speakers. I'm going to call the first 5 speakers to line up. Greg Young, Heather Punick, Ryan Heath, Trudy Padovas, John Gresco is our first 5 speakers. Start with Greg Young.
Thank you. Hi. President McNicholas, Superintendent Vital Brulte, and trustees. In March of 2020 and through most of that summer, CUEA and CUSD met and worked tirelessly on safely reopening our schools so that they would offer a safe and effective place of learning for our students and families. I personally remember fondly working with the late and compassionate Tim Brooks for many hours on these logistics. The goal at that time of both the union and the district was to offer our families a choice, because student and family choice is incredibly important. We had parents who wanted their children to be in school. We had parents who wanted their children to be at home. So CUEA and CUSD worked to ensure that we had both an in-person and an online option in September of 2020, which was earlier than any other school district. And the superintendent has congratulated the school district and all the teachers and all the counselors and all the students for getting together on that in the past. Obviously, in-person learning is more effective, but safety and choice were the key words that we worked with. And we were proud to be included in these negotiations for the benefit of our students and families. This is what a union does. Teachers and educators are the union. The union are the teachers and the educators. You know, the district and the union are also enthusiastically embracing the KEEP as a method to include all stakeholders in site level decisions and issues that arise. And again, this is an excellent example of what we accomplished together. And I'm proud of all of our honest collaboration. I just came up here tonight to tell you that. I mean, I know most of you recognize the value of our association, but sometimes I think it's necessary to remind ourselves of what we have accomplished together and what we will continue to accomplish together to ensure that our students have options and have a safe and healthy learning environment. Thanks.
Next is Heather Punick.
You got it. I am here again tonight to stand up for my kids and the kids of this community. There's so much going on. Can you hear me? Okay. There's so much going on that it can be overwhelming for parents to get involved, but here we are week after week because we care so much. I'm very worried about the increase in sexual content in schools via sex ed, classroom libraries, and through personal and public social media accounts. Recently, there was even a Southern California school promoting a family-friendly drag show. I would like this issue to be addressed by the board in such a way that makes it clear that the school is not a place to discuss or encourage such matters. Children need to receive an education focused on subjects such as mathematics, grammar, history, and science, the subjects that will prepare them to succeed in college courses and in the world. I also want to discuss the advisory committee immunization practices meeting that we're being held today and tomorrow. The committee makes its recommendations to the CDC, which then the CDC uses this based on recent events. It's not far-fetched to imagine that the CDC will add the COVID vaccine to the vaccine schedule. If it does, although that it won't make this vaccine schedule required by law, many states adopt the changes. We've been asking for this board to take a stand for over a year now. It's time. It's time to put in writing that Capistrano Unified will never go back to a time when students were masked and getting unnecessary medical treatment. There are countries that have actually banned the vaccine for minors, banned it for fear of what it will do and what it could cause in developing delicate cardiovascular and nervous systems, for example. Please, please protect our children. Adopt some new policies and put them into writing. Take a stand and make our schools a safe place, free from early sexualization and unnecessary health risks. Thank you.
Ryan Heath.
Hi.
Ryan Heath, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Ryan Heath. I'm the president and CEO of the Gavel Project. I'm a constitutional attorney licensed in Arizona. I'm not licensed here in California. I want to talk as well about the COVID-19 mandates today. Heather so beautifully put it out there and explained that these past few years have been brutal on our children. And at the August 17th school board meeting, there was a resolution put forth to support local decision-making authority for your district, essentially. You guys were arguing over whether you had the capacity to make decisions that deviated from the state's mandates. And this was the response of Ms. Fattel. I'm actually going to play this for you so you can hear it.
To do so.
They're not given the ability to make their own determinations. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is correct. And then the only thing they have the ability to do is to add more if they wanted to. Or felt it needed.
Yeah, so you claim, Ms. Fattel, that the only thing a school district can do with regard to COVID-19 mandates is to add additional restrictions for students. If that's the case, if these guidelines were ever mandatory, why is it that more than 20 school districts across the state of California adopted mask choice resolutions and ordinances in their district prior to March 14th when Gavin Newsom arbitrarily lifted that mandate? Why? Explain that. Why is it that Roseville Joint Unified School District, El Dorado USD, Rescue Union, Buckeye Union, Amador CUSD, Eureka, RC, I could just go on and on. Why is it that all of these school districts were able to deviate from the mandatory guidelines? That's because there was never a mandate for masks in place. You have the capacity, you always have had the capacity to deviate from these guidelines. Not one of those school districts has been sued. Not one of them has been held accountable in a single way. You abuse children for no reason. You deserve to be held accountable, and that's why we're suing you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Davis.
Hi there, my name is Trudy Padobas. I'm a resident of San Clemente and a parent of 2 graduates of San Clemente High School. I am here initially this evening to question the campaign rally that was held right before the meeting here this evening in front of the district doors here. In the past, I know that it's been against CUSD policy, and I certainly believe it might be against state FPPC rules for campaigning. So I just have 2 simple questions. One is, did the rally organizers apply for and pay for a permit to do so? Number 2, did the organizers have a permit to sell political merchandise on CUSD property that was displayed in a big pop-up tent? Just asking. I don't know if any of this is legal, and I would be very alarmed if this has been sanctioned by the district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Gresco. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm John Gresco. I'm a father of 5. Just over a year ago, Governor Newsom mandated that all school-aged kids need to be vaccinated. And that's when I kind of woke up and started attending these meetings. Today and tomorrow, the CDC is contemplating adding COVID vaccinations to the childhood schedule. And 4 of my 5 kids were taken out of public education here in February. All 4 of them suffered mental health problems, and they went backwards in their schooling. And I'm here to encourage everybody that's threatening taking their kids out of school to do it. Life has been great ever since taking them out. The kids have regained their mental health. They're happier. They're no longer exposed to any bias agendas, teachers, or sexual materials in their libraries. And my family is much better off for it. So those of you thinking about it and threatening it, go for it. It's been really good. No regrets. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shannon Kurtz. I'm going to call the next 5 speakers. Shannon Kurtz, Kira Davis, Eva Harrison, James Moore, Lance Christensen. Shannon, go ahead.
Hello, I'm a Tesoro sophomore parent. A lot of us are aware that the CDC was taking a vote today to add the COVID vaccine along with many others to the recommended schedule of childhood immunizations in order to attend K-12 schools, public and private, including daycare. I've heard conflicting news on the vote's outcome. However, if the CDC votes in favor of adding the COVID vaccine in particular to the schedule, it is in fact just a recommendation. It will be in your hands from that point forward what happens in our district. Seeing that the majority, not all, of this board has remained compliant with all CDPH recommendations thus far and has negated their responsibilities to our children's best interest, I'm personally terrified that you will vote in favor of a mandate if that is what is recommended on this matter. We, the parents, are watching more closely than ever. Please keep in mind that our schools have been functioning without restrictions and mandates since August. And we are packed in like sardines in this room, even though we are under a nonsensical state of emergency. It will be one of the most unfortunate days in our children's lives if we are forced to remove them from their schools, sports, teams, friends, and social lives. My sophomore, who only has 2.5 more years in this district, if you do not stand with them, but rather stand with Big Pharma, we will leave CUSD, my family will leave the state. Our children will be devastated. The majority of this board's lack of accountability with regard to COVID and our children is the reason we are voting to flip this board and save our schools. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kira Davis.
Hi, the last time I was here, many of you used most of your time to scold parents, specifically me. And I thought it was grossly inappropriate and frankly rude. And I'm a candidate for that empty seat up there, but I'm also a parent. And I was coming to you with concerns as a parent. I expect to be heard the way that you hear every other parent. We're just asking for accountability for sexually explicit materials and conversations in our classrooms and for explanations. That's not divisive. It's called parenting. I'm a parent. I don't have an agenda. The only thing I want to do is keep my child safe in the classroom and keep her learning. And I think, or I thought that you guys were on that side too, but instead of using the time to explain to us how you're going to keep our children in school and learning, you use your time to personally insult a parent, someone who represents a lot of other parents here. It was completely inappropriate when you have the bully pulpit. And I think you owe me an apology. And I think you owe our parents an apology. And instead of insulting parents and lying about us, calling us divisive, calling me a liar, I didn't bring weird materials into the classroom. I just asked that you review them. And instead of finding a ways to give parents like Shannon and John Gresco reasons to stay, reasons to keep their kids in our public school system so we can keep our public schools funded, you have chosen to insult parents. And that's why we're voting to flip the board this November.
Next speaker is Eva Harris. Following Eva, we have James Moore. Eva, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Eva Harrison. That's not even my name, it's Ava Harrison, but I'm nervous. I agree with everything Kira just said. That was awesome. That's a tough one to follow. Alex, you have the kindest heart and I love it. And I hope you always stay that way. I forgot your name. Your speech was amazing. I'm very jealous that, I wish I could speak like that. That was an awesome presentation. I loved seeing everything, hearing everything, loved the kids, how much they love Capo. My kids are in elementary school. I am worried my kids will never get to experience this because all the fun clubs, all the sports, the music, everything, it's amazing. I love Capo, but there are a few things that are a hard no for me. Hard no's are the tyrannical mandates for medical reasons, the COVID vax, whatever they're doing right now, what Shan said. If they're adding this to the schedule, we're out and thousands of people are going to be out. The masks, we want you to take a stand. We want you to take a stand with us, for us. This needs to stop. The other hard no is going to be the pornography in our schools. And I agree with Kira. You tried to make us look ridiculous. You do this every time. We're all doing our public comment. And then after we all speak, after we cannot comment on something that's said afterwards, you say, let's have somebody clarify this. And then somebody clarifies it and says, there was never, you lied actually. You said there was never any inappropriate books at that said high school. And until he was called out asking actually, you said there are no inappropriate books. You were called out and said, have there ever been any inappropriate books? And then you said, yes, but they were removed. You tried to make us look like liars saying there was pornography at our school, and there was. Anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Our next speaker is James Moore.
And sorry, that's Moon.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. So I'm here as a parent. I have a fifth grader at an elementary school here, and then a middle schooler. She just started sixth. So my fifth grader, he's in a special education program. He's in the STARS program. And so I'm here to speak up for all the kids with disabilities, whether it's autism or other disabilities that are in smaller classes with aides and almost like a 2-to-1 student to teacher ratio. And I've seen from my now middle schooler, the transition going from fifth to sixth grade being such a huge jump, juggling all the different periods, and, they're just not in the same class. They're going from subject to subject. So I'm here just out of concern about my son and his classmates who next year are going to be split up. And I know very little about the STEPS program, I guess is what are in a few middle schools here. And I'm just worried about the kids being able to, not drown in this new middle school environment when they transition. So I'm just coming here as a parent to plead, if there's anything more that the board can do to help parents like me. I know we're in a minority. I never expected to have a child with, a disability, or, that wasn't going to be able to be in a mainstream class. And so I'm here to plead with you on behalf of the other parents as well that are kind of in a similar situation, especially as they transition from elementary to middle school. So if there's any resources you could provide, or, if we can have, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Moon, thank you. And I have your phone number and we'll talk to you. Mr. Moon, Lance Christensen had to leave and could not stay, so he will not be speaking this evening. Following Lance will be Melissa Caldwell, Katie Anderson, and then we'll move on to our online speakers.
Good. All right. Good evening, Superintendent, President, CUSD trustees, as well as staff. My name is Melissa Caldwell, and I'm here to say thank you, Mr. Jones, the principal at Niguel Hills Middle School, for the effort that he had yesterday with the tragic incident that happened on Shark Bay. I'm here to represent the I'm here to represent the Niguel Hills community. I live on Via Studio right next to the school. And yesterday we had a trash truck that was on fire. And I would like to say thank you, obviously, to the firefighters as well as police. But without the stairs that are located at Niguel Hills, everybody at the school, as well as my community, would have been trapped. In fact, we were trapped. Everybody who was trying to drive a car could not get out. Our special needs students, as well as STEP students, had to go up the stairs to evacuate. And I want to bring attention to the Paseo de Colinas project. I understand, thank you so much, that the stairs have now been included, and I want to make sure that that remains, because it is super important for safety. In Laguna Niguel, public safety is number one, and I think that's the same across the whole entire United States, but specifically there. And without those stairs, everybody would have absolutely been trapped. So I just want to say thank you so much to the quick response from our school and staff administration, but please make sure that we continue to advocate for those stairs to be there. So thank you very much.
And Katie Anderson, go ahead.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. I know you don't always hear thank you, although we heard thank you tonight just before me. But tonight I'm here to speak briefly on two very positive issues that impact Dana Hills High School and our district. I first want to say thank you, and especially thank you to Mr. Carrie Johnson. Thank you for taking my comments regarding J1 and F1 visa exchange students into consideration and adding my suggestions to the proposed board policy. I look forward to continued longstanding CUSD support of J1 visa international exchange students and the addition of F1 visa non-immigrant foreign students to our district programs. Secondly, I want to say thank you, especially thank you to Martha McNicholas and Amy Hanachek and all of the guidance departments and the PTSA presidents who helped spread the word and supporting our recent district-wide student-led community engagement fair hosted at Dana Hills High School. This event was a natural follow-up to the already very successful college fair and gave students a chance to meet face-to-face with more than 25 nonprofits and cities with employment and volunteer opportunities. With the upcoming launch of the California State Seal of Civic Engagement pilot program at Dana Hills, the Engage team who planned this event is excited to build this effort and in future years and serve even more students in our district who want to develop their passions and skills while giving back to their communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is online, Michael Parham. Michael, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone, esteemed board members and superintendent. My name is Michael Parham, and I am running for the open Area 2 board seat. There are many issues that I plan to address once elected. Here are 4 key categories in 2 minutes, I guess. First, facilities. We need to establish a real strategy and timeline to finance the upgrade of aging facilities, which will likely include an evaluation of whether this district office, where you're all seated, should be considered surplus property and sold. Second is budgeting. We need to ensure that categorical funds such as ESSER funds are used directly to satisfy the needs for which they are intended. We need to coordinate PTA funds across the district so that all school sites have the same opportunities to fully support local needs, such as nurses and counselors, etc. We should add a full-time position on staff to coordinate with local governments to support city-funded after-school enrichment and job training programs. We are leaving a lot of money on the table here. Third is accountability. We need to do a better job soliciting parental input in areas such as school lunches, online learning, traffic control, and homework, among others. The site council model may be the one to follow here. Lastly is safe schools. We need to have a much more comprehensive game plan than we currently have. This includes working with the Sheriff's Office to fully fund and support SROs at every single school site. It should also include an analysis of security weak points and the threats from drugs like fentanyl and emergency preparedness training. Finally, I'll just add a comment here about this election. I think the voting public would greatly appreciate there being at least one debate every election cycle with all the candidates. Obviously, this would need to be run by a nonpartisan group. Thank you, and please everyone get out there and vote.
Next speaker is Katie Crockett. Katie, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, trustees. I just want to take a moment of your time to let you know how truly grateful we are to live in CUSD. Our children attend our local K-8. I love the K-8 model and the continuity and comfort it can provide for students. I'm so grateful to have a local public school with such a high caliber of teachers and staff. My kids' teachers, year after year, are fantastic. It is important to me that our district continue to invest in our teachers to keep attracting excellent professionals. Providing work environments that promote happy, healthy teachers, especially in this post-pandemic time, is in the best interest of our students, schools, and also for district enrollment. Teachers are the backbones of our schools, and I'm so grateful for ours. I hope the board appreciates and continues to support our teaching professionals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Colossal Campbell.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. PTAs are busy planning fun fall events such as the Molten Boo Blast this Saturday from 4 to 8 p.m., hosting SAT and ACT boot camps, helping with homecoming dances, and helped co-host an amazing college fair. Thank you to Wendy and also to the San Juan Hills PTSA for all you did in putting on the college fair. Please join your local PTA to help support all the programs at your local school. Visit jointotem.com, that is JOINTOTEM.com, to find and join your local PTA. Thank you very much.
That concludes our oral communication speakers for this evening.
Thank you. We're moving on to our first public hearing. Before I open the public hearing, I'd like to recognize Dr. Greg Merman to address the audience and walk us through the process for tonight's public hearings regarding the charter school petition with California Republic Leadership Academy Charter School. Dr. Merman.
Thank you, President McNicholas. Good evening. Tonight, our petitioners, Mr. Pratt and Mr. Davis, will be presenting their charter petition for California Republic Leadership Academy. So as a reminder, after their presentation and public comments conclude, trustees may then ask the petitioners questions. The questions asked this evening will then help guide staff's work, as we will then complete our findings and recommendations for the petition, which will be posted publicly next Tuesday, October 25th. So with that, Mr. Pratt and Mr. Davis, thank you for joining us this evening. You may proceed.
Good evening, Madam President, Board. I just wonder if I can hand my presentation over to Hunter. He did such a good job. You mind? But seriously, it's great to see you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to present in front of you. And we're going to talk fast because we've got 10 minutes, and I understand because you got a lot on your agenda tonight. But first of all, I want to just give high compliments to your staff, especially Heidi and Carrie. We've had a great, I get to work with school district staff all over California, and I got to say, you've got some great folks here. I don't know if they love us yet, but we love them, and certainly they're fair, and I appreciate that. So thank you. As we introduce the school, I really want to emphasize one main point before we sort of get into it, and that's that we desire a very strong partnership with Capistrano Unified School District. Tonight, we heard a glimpse of what you have to offer. You have so much more. You do an amazing job. There's a lot of programs and schools available to your families, and our goal is to add one more to that. And frankly, I think communities are stronger when you have a mix of traditional public schools and charter public schools together, working together. And I know you have other charter public schools. We would be one more with a little bit of a different focus. And so we hope that we could be a part of your ecosystem here. So let's introduce the California Republic Leadership Academy. First of all, our mission is something that's been about 10 years in the making. I've had a chance to be a part of schools, charter schools. I've had a chance to study charter school models around leadership, entrepreneurship, classical education. And in my analysis and studying and being part of those schools over the last 10 years, what we've done is we put a unique combination of curriculum together that's around really, it's got a civic and entrepreneurial leadership focus with the Franklin Covey Leader in Me curriculum and a classical education model. And it's that unique, it's those three things coming together among other sort of unique factors that make us stand out and unique. Our vision, you can see there, is to inspire and empower the next generation of California leaders to excel academically, to be proud Americans, proud Californians, and to impact the world with excellence derived from an education like that which produced the inspired servant leaders that founded our great nation. Your vision, Capistrano Unified District's vision, is an unwavering commitment to student success. We think this fits with that. Our core values are sort of what make up the uniqueness of the school, and it's the foundation of how, frankly, it's a foundation of how charter schools typically have a unique focus, and the core values are what builds the picture of what that focus is. Our core values are appreciation of our national heritage, public and private virtue, scholar-empowered learning, fostering creativity and entrepreneurial spirit, high standards of academic excellence, modeling what we teach, building a culture of greatness and self-governance, personal responsibility, and accountability. Many schools have some of those core values, and different combinations of it. But for us, it's the combination of all those together that makes CRLA unique. Our goals are to develop thinkers, entrepreneurs, statesmen, and women to lead our country, to lead our state, and to lead our community. We will teach scholars how to think, not what to think, and we'll do it in a nonpartisan, non-political way. We'll produce competent citizens who seek lifelong learning and a love of learning. A little bit of what else sort of makes us different is we're going to check cell phones at the door. They're a distraction. Our students won't have cell phones in the classroom. School uniforms for students and dress code for faculty and staff. The core knowledge curriculum, the Franklin Covey leader curriculum as well that I mentioned before, and a servant leadership focus. Our school will heavily use mentors to work with our students in a group setting to work through some of that study of the classics that I mentioned that we will be doing through a classical education model, and community service, hands-on learning with our students. Again, I think that a lot of schools and a lot of places use bits and pieces of these, and there are bits and pieces of these in Capistrano Unified, but it's the unique combination of all these things together that help our school stand out and be unique and different. It's a strong, very strong mission-aligned school, and that really is something that can't be overemphasized. We have a mission, we have a vision, we have core values, and that uniqueness is how we will look through the lens when we hire staff. It's how we'll look through the lens as we do professional development and training, and it will define the school culture. Our strong desire, and that's the nice thing about a charter school that's sort of a small school setting, is our hope is that will be embraced by teachers, staff, families, and students. I'm doing all right on time. All right. So a little bit about our founding team. I'm Gary Davis. I have about 20 years experience working in and around education and with charter schools in California. I've been a founding executive director of a charter school here in Orange County. And I would say the bottom point there is a commitment to quality operations. I believe charter schools should be focused on quality, not just existing. Gina Wickwire is our school principal. And Gina, wave your hand, please. Gina has 25 years of experience in California classrooms as an educator. She's been a principal. She's been a charter school principal. She's been a startup charter school principal as well. Our board of directors, John Taylor, many of you probably know him as a local civic leader, business owner. Jackson Reese has policy experience, and he also was a future parent, so he's sort of the young one on our board, and also has a lot of experience in charter school marketing. Kevin, who will introduce himself in just a moment, and Peter Cordero, who is a longtime charter school COO, and so he's worked in operations and finance of a large charter school network in Northern California. He lives down here now, and he's agreed to be part of our board. So with that, I'm going to give Kevin about 3.5 minutes to do the last slide.
Thanks. All right. So Madam Superintendent and President, trustees, thank you for the time. First, I just want to submit a request for a taller pulpit. If you could, I'll lean over so you can hear me if you're watching online or something. I'm Kevin Pratt. I'm a Capo USD parent. I have 6 kids. They're all boys, except 5 of them. And they range from, 7 to 17 years old, roughly. So Gary talked a little about the mission for the school. I'm just going to tell a short story about the support for the school that we have. Maybe a year ago, a couple of years ago, my wife and I moved from somewhere where we were in a charter school that's similar to this. And we came here, we were looking for something similar, and there was nothing in South County. So we did a little survey just with our own network via text and group me. And we contacted 63 parents representing almost 200 kids. And 98% of them said they would at least probably consider sending their kid to a school like this. Sometime after that, I met Gary, and he had this vision for the California Public Leadership Academy. It was very similar to what we experienced. And so we teamed up to see if we can get it moving. We made a website, and on the website, we've had over 170 people sign up, again, representing 383 kids. So it was another strong show of support. So we put together the actual petition and we submitted it to the district on August 1st. We thought was enough signatures. There was a difference in interpretation, which we appreciate the staff and counseling us on that. But we had 104 parents, 215 kids represented them the first time. 30 days later, we came back with 241 signatures representing almost 375 kids, which was 200% of the requirement needed legally for the petition. And just to wrap up, kind of where we are with support now, after a couple of public meetings, we're now currently, we have 415 either signatures or website submittals. These are unsolicited website submittals, by the way. They have to proactively click and do that. We're not asking them via email. That represents 330 families, and it represents 579 kids, at least 300 of which are in a TK through 5 range that we petitioned to open with our first year. So it's a strong show of support. So we have a vision and mission that's clear, and I think that represents a lot of families in the district. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're using core knowledge sequence curriculum, which is used in hundreds, if not thousands, of charters and private schools throughout the country, and the Franklin Covey curriculum, which is a global leader in leadership. We have strong support and strong leadership. I just ask you to support the petition and approve it. Thank you.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for this item?
Double checking. We have one online speaker, Katie Crockett. I have one in-house. Let me check my cards before I go forward. And I'll remind speakers that you may be signed up for 15A1, where this is the public hearing that's 13A1. So our speakers for 13A1, Trudy Padobas in person for the public hearing, and Katie Crockett online. So we'll start with Trudy. And while Trudy's coming up, if you're Christina and Zan, are you Christina? You'll be later on a different item. There's multiple items for this. Trudy, please go ahead. Let me set this back.
I'd love 10 minutes, but I think I only get 3.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Colleen. Hi, I'm Trudy Padobas. As of August 15th of this year, I'm a 25-year resident of Marblehead of San Clemente and the original owner of my home. I'm a businesswoman, mother to 2 San Clemente High School graduates, and a former PTA president of San Clemente Elementary, Middle, and High Schools. Over these 25 years, I volunteered with city officials, sheriff's department, community organizations such as the Kiwanis on drug abuse, anti-gang, and anti-bullying programs of the district. Until earlier this year, I also served on the CUSD Superintendent's Finance and Facilities Advisory Committee, providing input on school bonds to help improve our San Clemente school facilities. I'm here tonight in response to an article last Friday in the Capo Dispatch stating that a San Clemente parent wants to open a new charter school here in South Orange County. This proposal smacks of using public taxpayer dollars to fund a private school. By approving this petition, the district will abandon its neighborhood schools. In its title of a California Republic, the school stands for a particular political persuasion. What does the additional title of Leadership Academy with its main focus on servant leadership mean? The original term of servant leader is accredited to Christianity and the ancient teachings of Jesus. CUSD's first experience with an out-of-area charter school was one also with a classical education focus, and it didn't turn out so well. Those founders were to have embezzled millions of dollars, and the entire school had to reorganize to keep their charter. Point of all of this is, in the meantime, they displaced hundreds of CUS students from their neighborhood school. Why is this group targeting Marblehead and the upper campus of San Clemente High School? Parent who recently moved here from Texas wants what he had in Texas, a K-10 school. Our San Clemente schools are not for sale. In 2000, 22 years ago, the CUSD superintendent called me into his office. I was Ole Hansen's PTA president, asked me to bring to that meeting 6 parents who lived in the neighborhood. Talega was opening its schools, Marblehead was opening its schools, and Ole Hansen was to be closed. We worked with the district, we worked with our board, we worked with city officials, and we fought against selling it to developer or turning the property over to a private school. We needed to keep public control of our public property. Marblehead School was paid for by the homeowners of Marblehead through developer fees. Should this district approve this petition, we will again rise to defend our public property and the children of the city from giving away our schools to any private elitist entity at either Marblehead or San Clemente. Our children have a right to a free public education, and we will fight for them, taxpayers and homeowners, with every bone in our bodies.
So on to our next speaker online is Katie Parker. Katie, go ahead.
Good evening again, trustees. Charter schools can have their place and purpose. However, I do not support the California Republic Leadership Academy Charter. I have several concerns. First, 2 well-loved local schools, namely Marblehead Elementary and San Clemente High School, have been named as potential sites for the charter. Closures of neighborhood schools can have a large impact on the families and students in the area, as well as surrounding schools where children of the families not interested in the charter who formerly attended the subject school site end up. While charters are public and quote unquote open to all, there still tends to be an air of exclusivity to them. Simply giving local students and families some level of priority and enrollment is not enough to offset the ripple effect charters can have in the public school system. Charters do not appeal to all families, and because there are extra steps to choosing a charter, often the most marginalized students are left out. You can say that's their parents' fault, but really in sanctioning a charter, we are taking funds that should go to our established schools that are truly open and welcoming to all, and creating an enclave for a specific type of student. I do not support my tax dollars funding this proposed charter school, and I personally would be devastated if my local school was closed to provide space to this charter, and would not say that it is a value added. In mine and my children's experience, I can assure you that our non-charter public schools are doing much more than just existing, as implied by the charter presentation. Thank you.
We do have 2 speaker cards who signed up for the item later, but it would be more appropriate perhaps if you spoke now. And that is Christina Chamberlain, and I believe it's Zan Pratt. If you want to come forward and speak now at this time. Christina?
Good evening, I'm Zan Pratt, and I am a San Clemente resident and a mother of 6. I have 4 of my kids in school, and the youngest 2, I'm homeschooling, just because I wanted to give them a really firm foundation in academics and in understanding the things that I think are important. I'm here to encourage you to vote for this charter school. I personally experienced a charter school like this, and I want to tell you about my experience. I had no idea what a charter was. I had no idea what a classical education was, but I saw a flyer for a new school opening, and I liked what I read. And so what I read was it was a rigorous literature intense curriculum. with high standards for behavior and schoolwork, no distractions from computers, uniforms, and a curriculum that was really inspiring. I saw this flyer and I apprehensively unenrolled my kids from school and tried this charter. It didn't take long for me to be completely blown away by what my children were learning. My first grader was receiving in-depth lessons on history and the founding of our nation, just an appreciation for history. I thought that was too young, and I was surprised that history became her favorite subject. All of my children were reading the classics for their grade level. And the reading of those books has greatly blessed our family. I had no idea there was such a richness and a goodness to be found in these books, and that these children should be reading. My middle schoolers were instructed on logic and were educating me on how to poke through arguments and pick out fallacies. My 7th grader wrote essays on what is truth. Now, as a parent, she wasn't writing essays on what she did over the weekend or what her favorite movie was, but these were topics that made me as a parent even stop and think, what is truth? These were things that I'll just say the premise of a classical education is to seek after that which is true, good, and beautiful. And a classical education teaches things that are worth knowing, things that actually make for a good person. I think also so often we think kids aren't capable of difficult tasks. I saw my 4th grader learning memorizing the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. You can Google how long that is. I didn't think he could do it. He did it. His entire class did it. And I just think that, and I guess I'm learning that a classical education, just kids rise up. I didn't know they were capable of so much. I just want to say that please consider this. Capo District, make Capo a district that welcomes charters. People want options. And when there's options, everyone rises up and does better.
We'll move on to the next speaker. Krista Chamberlain.
Hi, my name is Krista Chamberlain and I live in Las Flores. I have 6 kids, ages 2 to 11. Our kids attended Las Flores Elementary until COVID when I decided to pull them and try homeschooling. After some time, we realized homeschool worked well for our family, so we have continued and are currently on our 3rd year. In homeschool, I have naturally gravitated towards an education where I focus on teaching my kids how to be independent learners and leaders. Rather than lecture, I facilitate, which allows my kids to think, discover, and learn on their own. We bought a book about virtues and read stories together that demonstrate acts of integrity, diligence, honesty, patience, courage, and gratitude. I have gained my own deep love for American history and the founding fathers of our nation, and we as a family have learned from their examples. Because we've had such a successful experience homeschooling, I had planned to continue until my kids went to high school. But then I heard about this new charter school hoping to come to our district. I went to the meeting and was absolutely blown away. Everything they stood for was what I stood for. Their focus was my focus. Their goals for their students were my goals for my kids. I quickly knew that this charter was meant for our family, and I was willing to sacrifice some of my favorite benefits of homeschool so that they could be a part of this incredible opportunity. This charter won't be for everyone, just like homeschool isn't for everyone, just like public school, private school, and other charter schools aren't for everyone. And not one is better than the other. It comes down to what's best for each individual family and child. I know this charter is for us, and I have seen other families realize that this charter is for them too. Please let us have the opportunity to make that choice by making this charter an option. When families have options and get to decide what they feel is best for their child, it gives children the opportunity to grow in an education environment that suits them, and in turn allows our community to thrive as a whole. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Okay, seeing that there's no further speakers, the public hearing is now closed. The time is 8:41 p.m.
Dr. Merwin, I just want to clarify, trustees can ask questions of the petitioners at this time.
That's correct.
My apologies. Trustees, do you have any questions of the petitioners? Trustee Hanachek.
I probably have more, but this is fast. So a couple things. What are the classics?
That's a good question. And I think a classical education and the classics are sort of like just couple different ways to answer that. So, but I would say like the classics, they're a list of like age appropriate, like books, right? Source references. I would say the difference between like a classical education will approach learning by reading those great books, by reading the classics. Here's some examples: kindergarten, Little Red Hen, Peter Rabbit; third grade, Charlotte's Web; sixth grade, Julius Caesar; eighth grade, To Kill a Mockingbird. So those are things that, but it's not, so our students won't read a textbook that summarizes those documents. Our students won't read a textbook that summarizes the Declaration of Independence. Our students are going to read those actual texts. They're going to read the document. And the way that they're going to learn it is through discussion. The Socratic method is a big part of classical education. So coming together when your teacher asking inquisitive questions, with your mentor asking inquisitive questions, and getting the students to learn from each other. So it's so classical education is sort of a different way of approaching the learning model, I would say. Hope that answers your question.
Kind of. I have a second question. It said on your slide, safe place for previously homeschooled students. People homeschool for a myriad of reasons. Their children could be medically fragile, a variety of things. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What's a safe place for a previously homeschooled student?
It's a data point. If you look at Orange County as a whole, 2 years ago, 17,000 students left the public school system, traditional public school system. Last year, 8,000 left. You heard from some tonight that have left to go and homeschool their kids. So it's a data point. What I know is that classical charter schools in California pull a lot of homeschool families in. They also pull a lot of private school families in, but they are free, public, and open to all. But in our experience, homeschool families find that classical education charter schools are a safe place for their kids. They feel comfortable.
Okay, so I was thinking it through the health lens, like if you had special rooms,
Yeah.
people have to homeschool their children because of health. All right, well,
Yeah.
I had other questions, but I'm gonna stop right there. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustees? Trustee Bolkus?
I have one quick question. Twice you've mentioned mentors. Are these credentialed people? Is this like a teacher's aide? When you reference mentors, what are they in comparison to the teacher leading the class?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thanks for asking. Our mentors will have a lot of shapes and forms, but mentor might be an older student that's leading a discussion with a younger group of students. A mentor would be a parent that has a particular area of expertise or passion for the classics that wants to come in and lead a group discussion. A big part of the leadership component of our school is going to be integrating with the community and teaching our young folks about leadership in a hands-on way. And so inviting community leaders to come and be a part of mentoring our students around the classics and leadership. Will they be background checked, fingerprinted, go up through the Department of Justice system? Absolutely. I mean, they'll go through any system that charter schools are public schools, and we are careful about who comes on campus just like any other school. So that gives you an idea of it, and they will be trained. So we'll train our mentors on sort of how to approach it. Makes sense.
Trustee Jones?
Yes, I have a couple of comments and then just one question. We're not voting tonight on the petition. Tonight is only the admissions preferences, just so everyone understands that. And I don't know if next month is the petition but sometime, I don't need to know. It's just
November 9th.
Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to sort of just remark on is that, I read the article as well, and there was a reference to some schools in San Clemente. If you do a Prop 49 request and the petition is approved, we will provide, room on a campus, but it won't necessarily be in San Clemente. It could be in any of our cities. So I just wanted to clarify that. But the question is this. So I understand you're going to teach Latin, but in your first year, you will have students who come to you in, say, third or fourth grade who do not know any Latin. So what are you going to do with the students are you going to just start them out in sort of the first lessons, just like the kindergartners are getting? How are you going to accommodate that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. When you start off a new program, TK through 5, and the 4th and 5th graders don't have the benefit of like the TK, the kindergarten first, second. There's going to have to be a lot of catch up in a lot of places, but for sure, I think we would start with Latin roots, not full-fledged learning the Latin language. And the students that are a little bit older that haven't had any instruction in Latin, yeah, they're going to sort of have to start at that same place and be on a little more of an escalated learning pattern. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
May I add to that? Oh, that was our experience exactly, learning Latin with our kids. That they started in middle school and later in the elementary school years for the first time. And the older grades, they do catch up quicker, obviously. And if I could just address, because it's been mentioned twice, the facilities. I mentioned Marblehead Elementary and upper campus at San Clemente High as spaces that were known to be underutilized, not that we were targeting them, just so that's clear. We're not targeting specific spots. We don't presume that. That's up to the district, but we do know that spaces are underutilized.
Right, and I also mentioned that for those in the audience who were thinking, oh, my school's going to close, yeah, okay. Student Advisor Zhao.
So I have 3 questions pertaining to this. First of all, could you kind of explain the difference between like classical learning and the international baccalaureate program, which is available at these public schools, which also encourages, critical thinking. Like basically it's very similar in many regards. So could you kind of address how it would differ?
Yeah, no, really good question. I think you're hitting on a point that there certainly are some similarities in how you approach learning and some of the outcomes. International baccalaureate is an international certification, so it's a very specific program that's recognized, and we're not that. So I guess I guess that's the key difference. We're not that, but I mean, how we approach learning with the Socratic seminar and encouraging students to really think about what they're reading. I imagine there a lot of, I had a son that, graduated high school with international baccalaureate degree. And so I think there's some similarities, but really a lot of the content is probably different.
Okay. And another thing was, so this has kind of been an issue with charter schools in the past where, so what is your strategy to kind of ensure that special ed students, students of color, underprivileged students are kind of included into the student population at these charter schools as to mitigate the selectiveness of the schools?
Sure. I mean, look, charter school, just to be clear, charter schools are free, they're public, they're open to all. We accept every single student that applies to the school. The only exception is that if we end up with more applicants than spaces that are allotted, we have to go to a public lottery system. But our intention is to partner with the El Dorado SELPA, which is special education. For special education, we anticipate that the population of our students will look just like the population of Capistrano Unified School District in special ed and all the categories of other demographics.
Okay, perfect. And then just one really quick last question is, will the school be unionized in terms of the teachers?
So that's up to the teachers. Yeah, when in California, charter schools, probably a quarter of charter schools are unionized, but so it means about 3/4 of them aren't. But ultimately, it comes down to whether or not the teachers want it, and if the teachers want that, then they'll do it.
Trustee Davis?
Can you explain just a little bit about the Socratic method and the Socratic method of teaching, what that looks like?
Yeah. I don't know if I could say a lot more, but it's sort of like instead of just teaching at students, it's really getting them involved in the discussion in an active way. So asking a question of what do you think that the author meant by the meaning of life, right? Oh, that's interesting. What do you think, right? And sort of getting, pulling it out of students and getting them to learn from each other and through that. So it's one way. So one way of learning is to listen, take notes, write it down, try to memorize it, do well on a test, and hopefully it sinks in, right? This way of learning is it's a little more active rather than passive, and it's really trying to get, again, just trying to get the whole class to participate and enable students to learn from each other. That makes sense.
Any other questions, trustees? Trustee Hanachek?
A question for us. So I do have more questions, but I'm really worried about our students here. And since we're not voting on what. Can we, I feel like we can, I can maybe ask these another time for the gentleman. They have to come back. I don't know.
So the superintendent, would you clarify what the process is? So the process is that the staff is working on the petition and it will get posted, I believe, Tuesday night with whether we are recommending this charter or not, along with the options for the Board of Trustees. The board will then make a decision at the November meeting. So before you make that decision, you will be able to ask questions not only of the petitioners, but of staff. And you will have that document, and so will the public as of next Tuesday. We just wanted to make sure that if there was anything you had tonight, that you had the chance to ask directly of the petitioners. And then sometime way after that, then depending on what happens, is then a Prop 39 facilities conversation, which is separate completely from the recommendation around the charter.
Right. Well, thank you. We look forward to seeing you on the 9th. And like I said, our preference is to be approved here and work with you all. So we hope that's what we get to do.
Thank you. Okay, now I will officially close the public hearing at 8:53. Sorry, Capo, we still have another public hearing we have to do. I'm sorry, it's just how we do things. Public hearings have to come first.
But these are just going to go really quick, right? This should be a short public hearing because there's an actual item on the agenda later in the agenda to make a decision and have a discussion. So it's only really the speakers in this particular item on admissions.
At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding California Republic Leadership Academy Charter School admissions preferences. The time is now 8:54. Do we have a presentation on this, or do we have just speaker cards?
No presentation, it's just speaker cards, and then the staff will present during the item on discussion action.
Right.
So it's really public speaking.
Right. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards on this?
We only have one speaker online, Michelle Colossal Campbell.
Good evening. Charters can offer options to parents, but they also displace students. Please make sure any child who resides within the enrollment boundaries of the public school where the charter ends up being co-located are given priority in enrollment if they request it. It is unfair to displace students for people who live outside a community and drive in each day. Communities do not benefit from having a charter school with non-neighborhood students commuting into their neighborhood each day.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other speakers, the public hearing is now closed. The time is 8:55. We have one more. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing regarding resolution 2223-24, conveyance of an easement to the city of San Juan Capistrano for the purposes of providing a permanent easement for an Americans with Disabilities Act ramp near San Juan Elementary School. The time is 8:55. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We have one speaker, Michelle Colossal Campbell.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Martha. Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. Please grant this easement for the construction of the ADA compliant ramp at San Juan Elementary School. Access for all is vital to our families and our communities. Yay, in under 10 seconds. Bye.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed at 8:56. We move on to our consent calendar. Note per board policy 9323, in accordance with the law, public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any board member, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item after the rest of the agenda. Each speaker is allotted between 1 and 3 minutes, depending on the number of individuals who have presented requests to speak. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for the consent calendar this evening?
We have one in-person speaker and one online speaker. Our first speaker is Rhonda Whalen. Following Rhonda, we have Michelle Fossil Campbell.
I wanted to address now I've forgotten what it's called. The incentive for employees to recommend other employees to come to the district and be employees. It's a creative idea, and it's always worth trying a new idea. And there are also some other creative ideas that are being tried right now. But my question is, how long do we have to wait for results? We are in dire need of this staff right now. We all know that the core reason we can't hire people is because our salaries aren't competitive, especially in those classifications that are listed in the board item. Our food and nutrition services are having a hard time getting snacks and meals together in time to feed our hungry kids. And as you know, all kids eat free now, so we need even more staff to get that done. And they are lifting things and moving all day long and all of those things. And it's really hard work for them. I don't think anybody really realizes how hard they work. And then our paraeducators are facing a lot of injuries because our students have a lot of behaviors and they don't have enough to help in the class and keep eyes open and eyes on the students. So, and the other question I would ask is, what are we going to do to retain the staff that we have? Food and nutrition staff is getting tired of trying to cover two or three jobs, and so are our paras. And I've had them tell me that they're looking elsewhere due to the physical risks and what they perceive is disrespect on the part of the district, because they contracted out to Strategic Kids, and Strategic Kids employees make more than ours. So they're working side by side at the same job, not making the same amount of money. On top of that, we use certificated substitutes and they make $185 a day. So it's really not fair. And so I do recommend approval of this idea. And I think the trustees just need to ask what the district is going to do right now to attract and hire this staff, because we can't wait. Our kids can't wait.
Michelle Fossil Campbell.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. PTAs donated this past month $137,767.30 worth of equipment and other items. Specifically, they donated PE equipment, classroom materials, reading programs, Meet the Masters, staff safety vests, non-instructional materials, projectors, playground equipment, visual and performing arts programs, or science camps, enrollments, art master programs, additional staffing hours, scholastic magazines, security cameras, and books and reference materials. As always, our PTAs are happy to provide materials and programs to our school sites. If you want to help support, please join your local PTA. Remember, you can be a member of more than one PTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustees, does any trustee want to pull a consent item? I will entertain a motion to approve consent. Then
So moved.
moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Bullicus. Is this I'm sorry, trustee Hanachek as the second? Okay, apologize. This is a roll call.
Student Advisor Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion carries 501 with a roll call vote to approve consent calendar, with student advisor Zhao casting a preferential vote of aye to approve the consent calendar. We go on to discussion action items. The first one is 15A1 California Republic Leadership Academy Charter School Admissions Preferences. Dr. Merlin.
I think we were moving on to
I thought it was A1 and then go to before. Right, but I thought it was after 1, then it was 7 and 4. Okay, all right. I've been corrected. We will go on to item A7. Resolution 2223-25 designating certain available state reimbursement funds derivative of prior community facilities district at 87-1 of the Capistrano Unified School District to Capistrano Valley High School Stadium Replacement Project. Clark Hampton.
Before Mr. Hampton starts, I just want to take a minute to do a little bit of framing. You know, at the end of the day, this item is about our collaboration and partnership with the city of Mission Viejo and our collaborative work to understand and clarify 87-1 CFD funds and identify our priorities. And as we planned and combined really creatively 87-1 monies, Mission Viejo RDA funds, and then the potential state matching funds to support our students in the CFD area. I recommend strong approval of this resolution to support our previous work with the city of Mission Viejo and our ongoing partnership in serving our students. This partnership with the city of Mission Viejo is really important to the success of all of our students. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Superintendent. So as the trustees and President McNicholas, as the superintendent mentioned, this is a culmination of a longstanding agreement that we've had for spending out the matching money to go towards Capital Valley High School Stadium refurbishment. We expect this matching money to come in sometime in 2023, and this resolution's purpose is to indicate where we would be spending this money as agreed upon previously. And staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hayes. Do we have any blue cards on this?
We do. We have 5 speakers this evening in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Our first speaker, I'm going to call the speaker so that they could line up. Our first speaker is Trish Kelly. Our second speaker, Denise Lacar, Irene Bladix, Leslie Schwang, and Christina Lee. Ms. Kelly, go ahead. Yes, may you please hold your applause so that every speaker can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Trish Kelly. I am one of the Mission Viejo City Council members, and this matter was so important to me that I actually left a candidate forum. I'm running for re-election in Mission Viejo. I left the candidate forum in my city so that I could be here to speak and encourage you to approve this item. My history is I had 3 kids that went through our CUSD schools, wonderful, wonderful educations. I was PTA president at Viejo Elementary, served with Martha and at her school. I was also PTA president at Newhart Middle School and then PTA president at Capistrano Valley High School for 3 years. So I have a long history with our CUSD schools. I would really like to emphasize the wonderful collaborative relationship we do have with CUSD. We have worked together on many projects besides this one. Our city of Mission Viejo provides 6 school resource officers to our city schools. We provide subsidy for the after-school kids factory program. We pay for crossing guards at all of our schools, and we work collaboratively with you all. I was in the meeting on July 25th, 2017, along with Trustee Bullicus, Mr. Hampton, and Supervisor Vital. So I remember very well the discussion that we had in how to spend that CFD 87-1 money and the redevelopment money, RDA money. And it was such a great idea to use those funds to fund our STEM building at Aliso Niguel High School and our STEAM building at Newhart Middle School. And I have been to Newhart many times. It's beautiful. And by by funding those two projects, that serves a lot of students, and it also qualified us for the state matching funds. Our agreement and proposal back at that time was that the next funding, that the state matching funds that come in would be spent to build our refurbish our Capo Valley High School Stadium. So I'm strongly encouraging you. I do have the agenda report from our city council meeting of August 22nd, 2017, where we memorialized that agreement and voted and approved it at the city council level. So I please ask you to.
Thank you, Mrs. Kelly.
Thank you. Please support.
Our next speaker is Denise LaCar.
Superintendent, trustees, my name is Denise Liker, and I am a parent volunteer at Capo Valley High School for the instrumental music program. The instrumental music program at Capo consists of all the orchestras and bands, including the Black and Gold Brigade Marching Band. We, this past weekend, were host to the first of two competitions for marching bands across Southern California, with visitors coming from as far as Fresno to compete at our stadium and in our fields. This highlights how the stadium is more than just a sports arena. It is a place for gathering. It's a place for people to come. It becomes a theater stage, and it sadly needs a lot of work. We pulled it off, and we had 1,800 students from across Southern California, 1,000 spectators, and 150 volunteers. But the downside is we have a restroom with only 3 stalls for the women, 1 stall and 2 urinals for the men. And we have very old stadium benches that are really hard to navigate, especially if you are somebody who struggles with your mobility. It is time to really upgrade the stadium and show people what we have here in this district when we have visitors and the community uniting together. We have our next show November 12th, which will be double in size in the number of bands, the number of spectators, and likely higher volunteers. And we really need to bring our stadium up. But there's also a personal reason that I am standing here today, is the stadium also represents a place of celebration, because that is where Capo hosts graduation. My son graduated from Capo 2 years ago, but my elderly mother could not attend the ceremony because of her mobility issues and the fact that the stadium could not support her needs. She needs easy access to a restroom, and if anybody's been there, it's clear across the stadium. She could not navigate the bleachers, and there is not an area that somebody like her could sit and get some sunshade in June when graduation takes 2 to 3 hours to navigate. So on behalf of other families that have had to make choices, whether they're going to bring grandparents or other family members to be able to come and celebrate in our district these wonderful milestones, I really ask of you that it is time. It is time to bring the stadium up to ADA code. It is time to create an environment that all the visitors that come to see us can really see how awesome Capo's Unified School District is, and really be able to shine for our communities around us. Thank you.
Irene, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Vital Brulte, trustees and staff. Thank you for considering approving funds for the much-needed CVHS Stadium. My name is Irene Politics, and I'm a proud CVHS parent and a longtime CUSD volunteer. Some people might be thinking that our stadium is just a football stadium. Why would we prioritize precious money just on football? But the CVHS Stadium is so much more than that. Yes, we host football games, and I have volunteered at every one for the past 7 years, worried about students falling through or spectators falling down the stairs without railings. The same is true for every soccer and lacrosse game, every marching band competition when thousands of people come together. CVHS has hosted open houses in our stadium, an 8th grade expo, and of course, graduation. It is more than just a football stadium. It is a community gathering place that should reflect the district's commitment to safety and excellence. It does not. Some people might be thinking that other facility concerns should take priority at this time. I disagree. I have served on the PTSA Executive Board and the Foundation for 7 years. Every time I have been asked about the dangerous condition of our stadium, I have given the answer that has so often been given to me. We are in the queue. And so we waited patiently, trusting the verbal assurances we have received for more than those 7 years, trusting the respectful relationship between our city, our school, and the district that has carefully been reestablished. CVHS is finally at the front of the queue. Please don't push us to the back of the line again. Thank you.
Leslie?
Good evening, Superintendent, trustees, and staff. Thank you for considering the approval of the funds for the much-needed Capo Stadium renovation. I am a mother of a senior and a freshman at Capo, and am currently serving as president of the CVHS Foundation. I stand here with my predecessors in the audience who carry the history of the Capo Stadium renovation or lack thereof. Earlier today, I emailed the trustees history that goes back to at least 2007. But what about now? Over the past couple of months, we have been asking students and their families to answer the question, why is the stadium renovation important to you? I have been overwhelmed with the safety concerns regarding our stadium, parents not allowing grandparents to attend events, students constantly stressed out by the wobbly, weak, warped boards breaking during band practice or a game, and our facilities not adequately handling guests in the stands or bathrooms. Several of the parents who left feedback are former Capo students who are shocked that what seemed old when they attended is even older and more outdated now. I understand that there are older high schools like San Clemente and Dana Hills that could use renovations too. So why shouldn't these funds go to San Clemente or Dana Hills? The answer is simple. The cities of San Clemente, Dana Point, or Laguna Niguel didn't step up and give their RDA funds to the district in order to receive matching funds from the state. Mission Viejo did. And it is your job to honor your end of the agreement that the superintendent made with the city of Mission Viejo over 5 years ago. If you don't honor that agreement, you are essentially removing any credibility the superintendent and this board may have in the future. You are also sending a message to the students in this audience that it is okay to make an agreement, verbal or written, and not hold up your end of that agreement. Be an example of integrity and credibility and vote to approve this renovation. Thank you.
Good evening, and I want to thank you, board, as well as Superintendent Vital Realty. I have worked personally with many of you in the past 25 years as a PTSA member, as being a part of the PTSA board, as well as just being a part of a teacher, a leader, and someone that I fully support. The reason I stand here is for our students. I too am a mom of 2 boys who have graduated through the CUSD system. Many soccer nights, many track nights. As a former coach, I've had to bring up many students with their parents to be able to watch the festivities that should happen. Many of you were with me as the AVID coordinator when we were also there to commemorate the death of 2 of our students, and where our community could gather and be able to mourn together. I'm asking you to please honor your agreement, the agreement that we can have a safe place to gather, somewhere where all of us can be able to celebrate being within our community, regardless of what school we attend. Unfortunately, I have had the experience of falling through the boards, of bringing students up, being able to ice them, having a concussion for 2 weeks after I slipped and fell continuously down beaten boards. I'm asking you to please take care of our students, take care of our community, and thank you for honoring the agreement for a new stadium.
Ms. Hayes, do we have any more speakers? Trustees, comments, questions? Did you submit a card?
Did my student speak, at least one student?
I would say yes, absolutely.
Please.
We did announce at the beginning that you need to speak if you.
Been sitting for 2 hours, please.
Trustees, do you want to waive your policy?
I move to waive the policy and.
Let us do our part. Do we have a second?
I will second, but if I ask questions, sorry, I do need to do my job. So you'll have to either hang out or leave. So, okay, I second it.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Davis, second by trustee Hanchik to waive our policy and allow 2 student speakers,
One student, one coach.
1 student, 1 coach. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 501 with a preferential vote of aye. Student advisor Zhao. You want to come up and make. We have a blue card for them to fill out, so we have names and contact info. You have a blue card? No?
Oh, if we start with the student and have the student speak first.
Do you have a card? But have them just start speaking. We'll get that after. It's his feet. But he needs it. Can we just have them start speaking? State your name so we have it for a record too.
Hi, I'm Dylan Fingers. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Dylan Fingers, and I'm a junior at Capistrano Valley High School, where I am a kicker and wide receiver on the varsity football team. Along with football, I am also a member of the varsity soccer team and the Capo ATMS and engineering programs, and participate in a few volunteer-based leadership clubs, including Link Crew and Capo's California Scholarship Federation. As this board considers the potential allotment of funds to enable our school to renovate its stadium, I ask that you consider what the stadium really is. Beyond the turf field and wooden bleachers, the stadium is a haven of arts, athletics, culture, and gathering that is enjoyed by the student body, their families, and members of the entire community each and every day. As a student in high school, so many of the defining events in my high school experience take place in the stadium. As an athlete, the Friday night football games during the fall are some of the best memories that I have. However, these games are a highlight to more than just the athletes. Every game, hundreds, if not thousands of other students spend their Friday nights enjoying a fun, safe activity with all of their friends and peers. The track is lined with cheer and song leaders that get to perform in front of their friends and family, and the top of the stands are occupied by the band, who get to do what they love for the whole student body. Even those that are not actively performing make memories, as they are surrounded by all of their closest friends in the student section. Earlier tonight, Trustee Jones mentioned high school was like a town. However, these games include students of every interest and personality and bring them together as a family almost weekly during the fall semester. Beyond the football games during the season, the stadium is used extensively throughout the year. During the school day, the stadium is used by PE classes and our 17 different athletic programs. It is also used for track meets, soccer and lacrosse games, marching band competitions, and pep rallies, just to name a few others. Perhaps most importantly, it is home to our graduation, where families come to watch their kids take their last steps as they exit the CUSD school system. The presence of these families leads me to the other crucial part of the stadium, its role in the community. Last spring, the track was lined with 30 booths as the Capo held their 8th grade event to introduce students to the fascinating programs and clubs offered by the school. There were many families at this event that were still deciding whether their children should attend Capo Valley or a local private school. As they entered the stadium was their first impression of both Capo and the CUSD school system. It was likely a large key in their decision. The whole idea of a first impression is true in more situations than just this event. Throughout the year, high school and youth sports and other events take place on the field every weekend. For the visiting teams, many are stepping on a CUSD campus for the first time. Justly or not, they're not looking at classrooms, but instead are forming an opinion and creating a visual about our school based on what they see in the stadium. Thank you for your guys' consideration.
Please state your name. and I'll complete-
My name's Sean Curtis.
Thank you, Sean.
Good evening. My name is Sean Curtis. This is my 4th season as the head football coach at Capo Valley. Before I took the job, I did a facility tour with our principal and athletic director. I had no idea that walking the campus would immediately force me to almost reconsider taking the position. A few things I saw when I walked around were condemned team rooms with caution tape and do not enter signs posted on the doors. A weight room with holes in the floor, plywood on the walls, and original carpet. The storage area under the stadium was a rat-infested junkyard. The wooden bleachers had several sections cautioned off for months before a new piece of wood and some paint fixed the problem. Cockroaches and other bugs littered the snack bar, bathrooms with bars on the doors, coaches' offices with bars on the windows. I knew we had a lot of work to do. Nevertheless, I took the job only to find out this was just the beginning. We have one of the last open air press boxes in Orange County. A major safety issue is that we have one entrance for both teams and all of our fans. The stadium restrooms have one men's stall and the women's have 3. I was advised to order porta potties on game nights because the conditions of the bathrooms were so awful that men were finding other options in nearby foliage and women would flat out refuse to go in. My grandmother can no longer attend games at Capo because the bathrooms are not handicap accessible and the porta potties for game nights, and the stalls are not locked for privacy. In the 4 years I've been at Capo, I've seen multiple graffiti issues, vandalism, homelessness, and trespassing. As I describe these concerns to you, you might think I'm talking about a rough neighborhood or a school in the middle of nowhere, but I'm actually talking about a school that's in the same district as San Juan Hills, which has a $5 million stadium. Same district as Tesoro and Aliso, who have stadiums of equal value built in the early 2000s. Not to mention our neighboring district with El Toro and Tribuco, who have top-of-the-line facilities and new stadiums as well. Our stadium was built before the school was opened in 1977, over 45 years ago, and hasn't been renovated since. So where are the equitable opportunities within the district and neighboring cities? How could other schools have such an unfair advantage? And above all that, how are we okay with students living in this environment on a daily basis? One of the main messages I give to my team is leave this place better than you found it. I echo that message to all of you who have a vote today. It would be irresponsible to allow time to continue to go without addressing this. Are we going to wait for something really bad to happen before we take this project serious? Because it's not a question of if, it's when. I challenge you to find a more dire situation that impacts more students in our district on any of our campuses. If we are serious about supporting Capo, the safety of our students and faculty, the school's longevity, the stadium renovation should be our top priority. If we pass on it, I would not be surprised to see school enrollment continue to fall, further destruction being done, and more students being put in a dangerous and unhealthy situation every day. So please stand with us and leave this place better than you found it. Thank you.
Okay, now trustees, comments, questions. Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you. Definitely no question that the bleachers at Capo, of course, need to be replaced. The challenge is in a district like ours with so many high needs and without dedicated facility, consistent facility modernization funds, you know, folks are listening. So I'm hoping to ask some questions tonight to keep some clarity because this is emotional. It's very, very emotional in our various areas. So as much as it seems like we just have Capo and CUSD, which is great, we of course have other schools that we have to be mindful of. So Clark, couple things, the integrity of these funds. I'm nervous. So you said they're gonna fund maybe in 2023. Looks like we also have, the district has about 9 projects waiting for state matching funds. Couple things. They're Prop 51 funds, right? From Prop 51? Okay, so this isn't gonna happen, but are you 100% sure that the state won't run out of money? Because we have our projects, but we are surrounded by school districts all over the state. If I see one more ribbon cutting for an amazing aquatic center, I'm gonna scream, right? So they're pumping in all sorts of projects for their share of the matching funds. So are you 100% certain we're going to get those in 2023? I can't hear you at all.
The projects that are on the Prop 51 list, and we're on that list, and John
Okay.
Forney, the
Good.
Chief Facilities Officer.
Good, because again, very emotional, they're excited. And this is the problem when we do resolutions without actually having the money in our hand, you know, so that was very concerning to me. So that's good to know. Okay, so a couple things, when this promise and when this meetings were done, in my information here, it says, make the greatest impact for student and safety. So that was the goal, to utilize the funds that way. So I just have a quick question. How's HVAC doing at Capo?
I'd have to ask John Forney to respond to that question.
Okay, thank you, John.
As of today, it's doing a lot better than it was during the heat wave.
Okay, well, it was really hot today too.
Well, yes.
But what I want to know, is it fixed? Because that
Yes,
certainly affects
the
all
repairs
kids.
have been made to the central plant. But of course, it is original to the school, like the stadium. So there's always needs across the board at the campus, but it is currently working.
But it is currently working.
Yes.
And when we repair that, we take that from the general fund, right? Or deferred maintenance?
Yes, the deferred maintenance or routine restricted maintenance.
Okay, so, because we have our kitchen reports. So I think what I need to understand is we spent a significant amount of money on kitchen reports. So those are here. So when we now have these opportunities for different financial streams, it kind of pulls us off the kitchen reports. Because I would imagine the bleachers, I haven't looked at Capo's kitchen reports, are not necessarily number one, the top tier, right? So it's more of a community and an emotional desire, right?
The kitchen report reflects the critical needs that the school district has across the district. Right. And that's the reason why there's been, we continue to attempt bond measures.
Well, but so just for me, so somewhere do the bleachers factor on the kitchen reports?
I'd have to look into
Right.
where that factor is.
Okay. Okay, so a couple things, last couple questions, and I promise I'll be done. And you guys can get going. Okay, so matching funds, unlike redevelopment money and CFDs, they don't have any strings attached to them. You can actually use them all different places, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so because I really appreciate you I asked for a list of projects that we had completed and the source of their funding, and then the estimated state grants. And I really appreciate this. This is very, very helpful. So I was surprised to see that we're still waiting on the funding for the solar panels that we seem to have been gone for so long. So I guess what I am looking at here is if the board and community values is for when they look at funds that make the greatest impact to student safety and learning, then I will be requesting, this has nothing to do with this one, but I will be requesting at a future board meeting that we bring back these matching funds and how they could be used, because it's unconscionable to me to sit here and understand that everything they described about Capo Valley's bleachers are then and more so at San Clemente High School, the oldest school. When the community, the APs have to walk them for stress factors, everybody understands all of that. So I will be bringing that back so that we look at, right now we've got them quote unquote earmarked for certain things like kitchen remodels, all of it's needed, but I will bring that back for a discussion. So I'm done for now. Thank you.
Trustee Jones? Okay, so back some time ago, we got RDA funds, redevelopment agency funds from Mission Viejo, and there's a lot of history with that, but it doesn't really matter. When we talked to the city of Mission Viejo and the community in Capo Valley High, they wanted those funds to be used to build a new stadium. Well, when we do certain building projects, we get matching funds back from the state, but we only get them for academic buildings. So you can't put in a pool with them. I mean, you can, but you're not going to get matching funds. You can't do probably a lunch shade. Again, you're not going to get matching funds. So we we told the city of Mission Viejo that we could get more bang for the buck if we built the Newhart STEM building. And this is really not what was wanted by a lot of people, but we convinced them that that would be a good idea. And so we did that. And then the idea was we would take the matching funds that we got from the STEM building or STEM building and then use that to rebuild the stadium. And everybody said that's great. So they have waited for the STEM building to be finished, and now we're expecting matching funds. And by the way, I'm just reading the staff recommendation. I haven't found it in the resolution, but it says that the resolution will direct the utilization of those state reimbursement funds and funds received in connection with the RDA for Capistrano Valley High School stadium replacement and renovation. So if the funds didn't come, we wouldn't have to do it. It's only a matter of directing what comes to do that. Okay, so they waited for that. Now, we could use these funds on something else, but the RDA pass-through agreement states that the funds have to be used in Mission Viejo. So they can't be used for, I don't know, San Juan Hills High School or Ambule or whatever. They have to be used in Mission Viejo. All right, so then let me go back a little bit. Now, we're waiting on this. When I first joined the board in 2015, I found that the trust between this district and the city of Mission Viejo was very low. They did not trust us. There was a lot of things that went on. I was not on the board. None of us were on the board, and the superintendent hadn't been here. In 2017, things started getting better, and it was partly because of this, and partly it was because Trustee Bullicus joined us, who really speaks the Mission Viejo language. And we started rebuilding trust. And I think really the relationship is great now. We work with them a lot. The trust has come back a great deal, but it is at risk. And one of the problems is city council members in various cities, they know each other, they talk. And if we do not make good on our promise to the city of Mission Viejo, we are risking our relationship with all of our cities. It is time that we make good on our commitment to the foundation at CUSD, to the teachers and the students, at Capistrano Valley, the teachers and the students, and the city council members in Mission Viejo. This is so important. It is not, frankly, to me, it's not about the quality of the stadium. I get that. I know that it's a problem. It is about a whole thing, a big picture of what is going on in all of our communities with CUSD. We have got to keep the trust that we now have in Mission Viejo and not erode it with other cities who won't trust us if we break faith with the city of Mission Viejo. Student Advisor Zhao?
So trustees, I'd like to offer another student perspective on this, and not just my student perspective, but in fact, the student perspectives of many, even outside of football, marching band, etc. This is something that students are in support of. When I think of our bleachers, as much as I love our black wooden bleachers, I think of one word: sketchy. I think invite all the trustees to imagine themselves at Friday Night Lights in the Cougar cage, especially during a touchdown, field goal, or interception. The ASB section here can tell you how wild the bleachers are going to shake. And it's quite simply, it doesn't feel very safe for the students. And I know we talk about integrity with the city and integrity overall with this bill. That's something that can't be said structurally to our bleachers. Another thing is that the bleachers are a very special place for all students. The key word here is all, yet this year with the expansion of Capo's STEPS program And especially with the mentioning of a lot of grandparents who are not able to access these bleachers and the stadium in general, all doesn't seem like an applicable word here. It seems like it's only the students who are able to get on the stands, it's students who are only able to, you know, climb these gaps between these cliffs of you know, injuries basically, are able to celebrate within the stands. It's, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the ADA compliancy is grandfathered into the current stadium?
Yeah, so whenever the school was built, the ADA at that time is allowed to continue until a significant amount of work is performed. So in this case, it would trigger ADA for the path of travel to the stadium and the bathrooms.
Right, and my understanding is that ADA guidelines have changed drastically since this was built.
Yes,
1977,
yes,
yeah.
they have.
Perfect, so for all we're concerned, these are not something that we hold up to modern day standards, and it's something that we shouldn't be, you know, kind of holding as this pride when so many people are not able to access it. So I just wanted to kind of address that point of all students. It's not something that all students can access. And especially last year when pep rallies were held on the in the stadiums, it was kind of ridiculous how long it took for students to enter and exit the stadiums. I think that's a health hazard. And it's again, going back to this ADA compliancy that was grandfathered into our stadium. So trustees, I think you know how Capo students are feeling about this resolution, and thank you.
Trustee Davis.
Thank you. I appreciate all your comments, especially Dylan and student advisor Alex Zhao. And I appreciate the support and those that are here. And thank you for being patient because it's a long night. And I love the enthusiasm. I love the desire to make your school better. And to the speaker's point regarding matching funds from the state, they're not necessarily earmarked for each community. So that's a tricky part. That is tricky because the funds were generated there, but not necessarily are they used there. For example, San Clemente High School had a 2-story building built, first new building in 552 years since that school was built. And the matching funds, and we went under budget, and the rest of that budget was not used at San Clemente, and the matching funds was not used at San Clemente. So to that point, it's not necessarily used for that. Each community has construction and then create the matching funds is specifically only if they match that, fit the bill. I always read all emails that I receive, and I don't always have a chance to respond. So those of you that sent in emails, I appreciate them and I read them, and I want you to know that. And I consider everything that we are given to Trustee Hanachek's point. We're given more information as we ask questions. We're giving more information so that when we come to this meeting, we're not spending 4 hours talking about each particular item. So that's just a note to everyone. And after much discussion, deliberation, research, and conversations with numerous individuals regarding the conversations that took place in 2006 and 2017. My vote will be yes, with the request that moving forward, we always create a policy immediately after a discussion like those discussions that took place many, many years ago. So my vote is yes for those reasons, because there are other places that are worse off, for lack of a better word. So we can't just think this needs it. So it's tricky. Money is so tricky in education and public education. So I absolutely big ask you to reach out to state legislators and reach out to them and help them understand the need for more money in places that schools are not ADA compliant. They're not to today's standards. And there are many in our district because we are an amazing district that's been around for a long time. And it's not just about our facilities, it's about what's happening there. As you know, you guys are here because our great friend, Mr. Howard, is that right? Hunter, sorry, that Hunter shared all the great things that are happening there. So that won't change because the facilities are not as great. And I can speak on San Clemente because that's my school. So you guys are awesome. I'm glad you're here. My vote will be yes, because I think it's the right thing to do based on what we've done. And it's definitely time to update the stadium. There's no question. And based on where we were, my vote will be yes.
Trustee Bolus?
My comments are short and sweet. How can I top anything that has been already said? Ditto. So my vote is yes. I do want to put out a special thank you to all of you for being here. And Leslie Swan, the president of the foundation, the amount of research, the amount of hours you spent listening to the taped meetings to provide all of that background. Thank you for your dedication. You are a rock star at Capo Valley. I conclude my comments. Thank you.
Trustee Hanachek?
Yes, I would like to move the item, resolution number 2223-25.
I second it.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bullock. I do have a couple comments. I will be voting yes to support this for a variety of reasons mentioned by everybody, including the relationship with the city of Mission Viejo. I will, as I pointed out to Leslie Swan, I am on the recording of 2017, approving the two STEM buildings, but realizing that in 2017, it was not a promise that we would do something with money now, years later. It's really tough. I know Trustee Davis, we'd like to get that solidified once we make an agreement, but things can happen between now and when we get this money. We could have an earthquake, we could have a tidal wave, we could have, I hate to talk about earthquake with seismic issues at some of our schools, but, and I agree with Trustee Davis and Trustee Hanachek, we have high needs at all of our high schools. There are dangerous situations and non-compliance issues that need to be addressed. This was a promise, but not a promise. We really couldn't promise, but this is a direction. And this is what this resolution says. It's a direction we tend to go. If something happens, we don't get the matching funds. There are still steps after that. We may not all be on the board when we get that money. We still have to go through the bidding process, the design process. So this is not an approval of a specific design or making 18 stalls instead of 3, or the ramps that go circular to make sure everybody gets in. So this is just a commitment that that's the way we want to go when we get it. The other thing, Ms. Swan, I wanted to point out, and this is, the problem is when you're so passionate about your community, you tend to diss everybody else's. So there are no RDA funds in Dana Point or Laguna Niguel or San Clemente. There are no CFDs in Dana Point or Laguna Niguel. We have 0 funding sources. And I really applaud the city of Mission Viejo, city of Aliso Viejo, in creatively making sure we got the best bang for our buck in all those fundings. The rest of us areas, we have to work on it. We have to figure out another way to raise money, borrow money, promise money, and we're doing that. We're doing that by surplus property, every grant we can think of, and we're working on that. But our facilities, we have facilities challenges all over. So just, I absolutely support this. I agree with the passion. I could probably say the same thing would happen in San Clemente if we were thinking about that, or Dana Hills, but we need to go with Capo right now. Without any other comments, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. So it's a roll call, so it's a resolution, sorry.
Student Advisor Joe.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. I apologize. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. with the preferential vote of aye from student advisors, yes, I had to finish my speech there. So we are on to our next item, which is, we're going to take a 5-minute break to let you guys leave, okay?
What a great job.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
The rest. Yeah.
That's so interesting. So to me, like, okay, well, like, when you guys like the state like the. It's like, most of the time, you understand like all the schools in the district. Okay. So you'd be like, how many people that you're running against? So it's usually like two Capo. That one is this? Really? Oh, no, no. Yeah, I know. So we're both. And then to swirl all schools. Okay, wow. Well, who goes to the Thank you. Okay, so you have to give like a. It's like an interview process. Okay. Wow. Dude, I got that. You're not even in the video. Dude, I know that's the thing. See, like the one thing I hope I was saying is like. Bro, we should like no. Honestly, we should make you like part of ASB, and you can just be like, you'll be like your position will just be like like board rep, like board rep. Honestly, oh my god, dude, I'm happy you guys stayed so long. I don't even care. Dude, this was so fun. Actually, that's good. It's just like cool hearing like like being at like a meeting like this like doesn't normally happen. Why are like the member invited only female? Is there like
I don't know. I can't answer that. No.
Okay, no, I didn't know if that was
like
like
selection.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
It's not like you have to.
I don't know if that's like a
No.
and then there's like what are these people? These are like the board members. They're like the
District staff. Or like high ranking.
yeah.
You rule out yet?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Is it out?
Yeah. After like joking, I was like, no. Let's go.
Sitting? No. Well, we can like, I don't know.
Yeah. We have the original.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go up here. Okay, bye. Here, let's get this spot.
It's like mine was.
I guess that's it. Okay, so we are back in session with item 15A4, second reading, board policy 9150, student advisor to the board. This is, who's this? Who's presenting? Gila. So, okay. First, I want to acknowledge Trustee Davis and all her help on this. But I think this last round of edits were me, and I have a couple that trustees were past it. The changes that I was proposing for the last paragraph, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But I have discussed this with Joseph Geis, who listened to our last meeting, and he's very much in favor of this. He gives kudos to Alex, who seems very engaged and will do a great job with this. And we're really trying to get a more authentic and comprehensive student voice in having to do with educational issues. So this is a way to do that. And while this was not proposed prior to Alex joining us, Alex is very interested in doing this. Subsequent student board members will be aware of it. I assume the staff will let them know that there's the expectations for them. So we had a discussion last time about, could the student board member be expected to do these things? And so there's been, and again, Alex is perfectly accepts it, but I have made a little bit of a change in the last paragraph. So if you'll grab your copy, what I'm proposing we change to is at each regular meeting of the board, the student board member shall report on the work of the ASBU President's Council and on the information received from each principal's advisory council. I'm sorry, I'm missing a word. It's the, you know what? No, there was a change. I don't have, that's not the right word. I'm sorry, the information received from each principal's advisory council and shall describe the education related student opinions that were shared. The report may be delivered orally at the meeting or in writing to the board secretary within the 30 days following that meeting. So that allows, if the student is having, it's the month that they're having to do their college applications, they've got a break. If they've been sick or there's just too much going on, they've got a break. Or they've got a robotics challenge coming up.
Next challenge. So we give a lot of flexibility on this. And there's no it must be, 400 words. They might have a report that says, I have no report this month. But in the point is that we are trying to get an authentic student voice to the board that we really haven't necessarily had access to. The student board member has been on the ASDB President's Council for some time, but it was never in the policy. The principal's advisory councils didn't exist at all the schools, but they are being formed or whatever at all the schools. So, and I've talked to Dr. Irvis about who runs those, about getting a scribe at the ASB President's Council and also at the Principals Advisories Councils, who will just write up some quick notes and send them to Alex so that he can, get that into some general words
again, on educational issues, possibly school climate, but we're really trying to get the student voice about what we are doing in this district for students. So that's that. Yes, trustee Bullockis.
You just said what I had a question on, that you added in education related. Now, our former student advisor, Kanai, had gone and taken a tour of the food and nutrition, and she was working with Kristen in terms of maybe taking a survey with students about the food and all. I don't know that it always has to be education related. I mean, obviously that's our focus, but there might be something, you know, in terms of health related, or in terms of, you know, the activities, the
safety,
environment, leadership, safety. So okay, I don't think it needs to always be educated related. It's whatever's concerning them that is.
And you make a good point, but the reason I added that was because I was concerned that we were gonna get reports that, you know, there's not enough parking, or the pool isn't warm enough, or those kinds of things that the board really doesn't work on, and those are not our issues. We don't control the temperature in the pool. You need to talk to your principal about that. And so I'm concerned about there being, well, you know, like we had recently, the air conditioning go out at Capo Valley High. Again, that's not a board issue. So that was my attempt, but go ahead.
I have just found through the years, and most especially with Alex Zhao, our leadership, our student advisors are really among some of the brightest. And I don't think they're going to bring forward those kinds of issues, or maybe if they do, they would bring them, you know, to the superintendent during the council. But I think they're sharp enough to know, and we would be guiding them, being student advisors. They're in a learning role here, and that would be shared with them, just as Alex has learned now.
Superintendent?
That's my thought.
I also, so Dr. Revese and I can work on that part. We just do want to be careful that high school principals are able to solve the problems at their sites first, rather than it coming to the board first, right? And that's, so for example, sometimes there's some issue where certain bathrooms don't get the right amount of toilet paper or paper towels. That's not okay, and we need to solve it, but we want to make sure that we're solving it at the lowest possible level. So at the school site, so that at the end of the day, the bathrooms are clean and students get the toilet paper and paper towels. I'm just using that as an example. So we just want to make sure that's not necessarily what's coming here.
Student advisors, yeah.
I agree. I think there absolutely has to be a distinction between what is acceptable as a board report and what's acceptable to report to the principal or other, you know, more local and administrative staff. I think the thing would be like the example raised with probably nutrition or food, which isn't necessarily, I guess, like education related, but like the principal wouldn't have a say on that. That would be more of a board issue. Or I know last week we were talking about like Canvas, or I know our school just started using enriching students. So like pilot software such as those also aren't necessarily in the control of principals or local administration. So I think those would be areas where it could get confusing maybe for student advisors in the future, who would be like, oh, well, it's not technically education related. It's more, you know, technical software, nutrition, et cetera related. So I don't know if there's a way to say like board related, but then specify what board related could be pertaining to. But I think it could be helpful to expand upon just education maybe.
I think I just take out the education related phrase, and I think that'll be, and I think with coaching from Dr. Rivas, I think with this, yeah, I think that'll work. Trustee Hanachek?
Just a quick question, you know, the students being asked to compile all schools, not just their own information. So there has to be a fairly quickie way to do it. Do all these other organizations keep minutes? Like, so, you know, you're busy, right? You don't have time to check out Tesoro or San Clemente or whatever, but you can make contacts and have connections with that particular president's council or ASB or whatever. get the minutes, and then you can have a more comprehensive report. I wouldn't expect you to sit in on each one of them.
Right, and I've talked to Dr. Irvis about this, and perhaps, would you like to speak to that?
Happy to, thank you. We talked about that, and we already have a mechanism in our ASB secretaries to be able to gather that information and provide it to Alex. We also talked about the timing of each principal advisory committee may not correlate exactly with the next board meeting, so he would be reporting out as information came to him. And we also talked about Alex has my cell number. I would be the conduit. If something came up, for example, about a technology program, I've assured him I can connect him with the right person to address that concern. So I think working together, we'll be able to have particular issues that are very specific, get to the right people among the staff, and then the larger themes of student concerns or student advice coming to the board.
I have another suggestion. I'm worried that this is a pretty heavy lift for one person who's already super involved. So I want to give them as much leeway as possible. And this is not just for you, Alex, I'm sure you can handle it, but for any perspective, where in that last paragraph it says, council on information received, instead of saying from each principal's advisory council, can we just say from principals advisory councils? And that would kind of say, well, that would cover the timing issue. And if there's a particular principal advisory council that isn't quite functional yet, or give you the flexibility of something like that. So I'm saying strike the word each and as making councils a plural. Is that acceptable? Okay. Okay. Any other comments, questions? We can take entertain a motion.
I move approval with the two additions, the taking out.
Education related.
Thank you.
And each and adding yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Bolus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. It passes 501 with a preferential vote of aye by student advisor Zhao. Now we go back to item 15A1.
And after this, our whole audience will probably want to leave.
Okay, and this is Dr. Merwin.
Thank you very much, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital Brulte. Staff presents item A1, California Republic Leadership Academy Charter School Admissions Preferences. Staff recommends approval of California Republic Leadership Academy's proposed admissions preferences with the modifications of removing grandchildren from preferences 1 and 2 and adding a limitation that no more than 10% of the school's enrollment during a school year shall be children of staff and board members. So we are recommending these modifications for consistency with our other district charter schools and to ensure compliance with Ed Code regarding enrollment for pupils. So I'm joined by Assistant Superintendent Carrie Johnson, Admin on Special Assignment Heidi Crowley, and also Legal Counsel Marley Fox is available via Zoom if needed. And again, this item is only for action on the admissions preferences. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, do we have any blue cards on this?
We have one in-house speaker card and one online speaker card. Our first speaker is Trudy Padobas.
Hi again, Trudy Padobas, 25-year resident of Marblehead of San Clemente and the original owner of my home. This admissions preference petition of the charter school is totally discriminatory and does not seem to follow any California public school admissions guidelines and shows us that it is not at all what it says it is, a public charter school. By approving this petition, the district will further uproot Marblehead students in now a Title I school in favor of a private school idea. My big issue is this admissions, because many of these Marblehead students are not located in their attendance area of their school. These were all students that were not admitted into Las Palmas, and they attend Marblehead. So what are we going to do with those kids? These free and reduced lunch kids are residents of the Las Palmas Elementary School attendance area. They were moved to Marblehead, and now we're going to move them again. I wonder what the state of California and especially the federal government will say when Title I students are denied their right to a free public education in their neighborhood. Marblehead was reimagined by the district years ago to attract again students in their area with a magnet STEM focus. I applaud the district for doing that. Now the rebuilding of that neighborhood school is in jeopardy. And what will happen to these kids? You know, those preferences 4 and 5, you know, as you can see, these kids will be so low down on the totem pole that they will never get into the school. How elitist and selective is that? You know, I'm just offended by, you know, opening the school, wanting a school all to themselves and operating under their own preferences of who can and cannot attend. When I go to sell my house, I don't want this private school idea in my neighborhood with its traffic and parking disruptions. My taxpayer dollars paid for Marblehead School. My taxpayer dollars paid for CUSD Bond Measure A in 1999 to improve our public schools in the city. I suggest that maybe these petitioners need to find surplus property, already other closed schools or commercial property, there's plenty of that now, to house their private school, private charter school. All of us taxpayers elected you to protect our public property, and I expect every one of you to do so. Also, I very much question why this charter school petition comes to the board in the middle of an election cycle. This decision should be postponed to January of 2023, when a newly elected and complete board is seated and will be able to make this decision. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Michelle Flossel Campbell.
Good evening. Please ensure that if the charter for CRLA is granted, that any student who resides within the boundaries of a public school, CRLA is co-located with, has a spot if they wish. Our neighborhood schools need to be neighbors in the community, not given to people who commute in and have zero regard for the neighborhoods they are in. This is a public charter, but unfortunately, many who attend the public charter treat it as an elite private school with zero regard to the communities they are driving into daily. I really hope that is not the intention of CRLA. And so please make sure that our children who live in those neighborhoods have access first. They should not be numbers 4 or 5. They should be number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Trustees, questions, comments? Trustee Hanchek.
Thank you. Well, I think the speakers do bring up really good points. It is wonderful to create a school for your employees and for yourself and for your family. But if you're child focused and children first, then I have to admit, number 4 should be number 1 and so on and so forth. The second point too, that I didn't think about, depending on what school, if you do take over a school and we have to close one, we do have many schools where the students are bused from other areas. So that has been their school. That's their school. How do we, they're not necessarily in the neighborhood, but that's their neighborhood school. That's where they go to school. That's where we've told them they have to go to school. And that's the bus they get on. So I think there's some points here that we're missing. I think that we kind of need some deeper look now that people have spoken. It's been a while since we've entertained a charter, and I think my brain is rusty. So looking at this, I defer to staff how we could maybe accommodate some of the comments and the situations that have that people have presented. And I am not comfortable starting a school just for my own self That's what it looks like, and I'm not saying it is. And not deference to how you're serving children.
Trustee Jones. Okay, so, there's 5 board members and, only 3 of them have, children or prospective children. Well, okay, one of them has a child that's not yet old enough for school. So I don't see this as the board members trying to pack this, and we allow our own staff to bring their kids to the school where they work. So I don't really buy that. However, I do have a question. I think Mrs. Plutzel Campbell brings up a really good point, and she lives right behind a school that we closed and started providing to a charter school. And I know that there are tremendous problems in her neighborhood. I know that the kids walk past, they walk on the field and there's like a chain link fence and she has a dog and they, tease the dog. I also know somebody who lives close to one of our other charter schools where the traffic is horrible. And traffic is also a problem at the school where Miss Plutzel Campbell lives. So you mentioned that if it's in a public school elementary area where at least 55% of the enrollment is eligible for free and reduced price lunch. My understanding, and perhaps Deputy Superintendent Hampton can correct me, we now provide free lunch to everybody. So we don't tend to get a lot of registrations for free and reduced lunch. We don't necessarily really know who qualifies anymore. That, I believe, is an antiquated idea, right?
So currently we have universal meals. So we, one of the challenges, because LCFF, local control funding formula, is driven by the applications for free and reduced price meals. We are working other avenues to encourage parents to at least apply if they're eligible.
Right, but they apply at a much lower rate and with considerable prompting than they did like 5 years ago when the law changed. I don't know exactly when it was. So
correct.
So we could find ourselves in a situation in just a few years where we had no schools that had 55% of the enrollment eligible for free and reduced price lunch. So this is a concern to me, partly because there won't be any such thing, or there may not be any such thing, and partly because I think it is to the charter school's advantage to have students in their neighborhood attending the school. It's a traffic and a parking issue. And, I know what we have to do with those charter schools presently and how much we work with them and how they try and they do this and they that. And it is very challenging. And I would just like to suggest that that you provide before the just students who reside in the district, students who live in the old attendance area, assuming that you do a Prop 39 facilities request. And if you would be amenable to that, and I think it's to your advantage. And I think that is maybe just not considered here. And it didn't occur to me until Mrs. Plutzel Campbell started speaking, and I have dealt with this over and over again. So that is my question. I wonder, can we have is that something that we can ask? Well, we can ask, they just can't, we can't like require.
What I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what we did with Crown Valley, that any student that lived in that area had preference to attend the charter. It didn't have to be a Title I or a 55% or free and reduced lunch, which is hard to judge right now. It's just if you lived in that neighborhood and your neighborhood school became a charter, you had priority to attend that school. Haven't we?
Yes, Ms. Garland, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so right after we closed Crown Valley Elementary School.
Wait,
It's so late.
they're gonna come fix you.
I'm allowed though.
So, I don't know, I'm a middle school teacher. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So when we closed Crown Valley Elementary School and the Community Roots petition was up for renewal, we did add that as an admission preference. They agreed to add that students who lived within the Crown Valley boundary would have an admission preference. It is typical, though, for the charter schools to have employees of students of employees and board members or founders in the petition. So I believe in the Community Roots one, it was the third preference, that students who lived within the boundary. And in this case, since we don't know the location, it would just be that lived within the boundaries of the chosen, the school that ends up being the location.
I guess that's what I would prefer, and not limit it to the 55% free and reduced, that the students that live in that area, whatever that area is, whether it's George White or Harris Creek or Marblehead or Moulton, Malcolm or Wood Canyon. I mean, if the neighborhood schools get preference. So I guess I would like to see that in there. I don't know how we do it.
For instance, like some, half-mile radius or whatever. I think it's to your advantage to have local kids, because it will save you a lot of heartache in the long run. I mean, obviously not in front of board members and employees or siblings, but I think instead of the 55% free and reduced enrollment, just a blanket, something having to do with local. Other than that, I'm fine with this.
I agree. I'm not just, sorry, Trustee Bullock.
So I just want to add on to that. And for the life of me, I'm trying to remember, Gila. Was it Opa? You had turned on to me someone. It was a Mission Viejo school. And I went out there early mornings and all. And I understand what Trudy's saying. I understand what others are saying. It really is intrusive into the neighborhood. It is an incredible amount of traffic. And it's one thing when it's your neighborhood, you might be more sensitive to the surroundings and your speed and your picking up your child. And when people don't live in the area, they just want to get in, drop off. And it is a traffic nuisance. And the sense of community is lost because it is, if you have a majority of people that are coming from outside. So I just want to say kind of ditto to what's been expressed in terms of the percentage, but trying to get as many from that area as possible is really more ideal for the school and for the neighborhood and those taxpayers.
So Dr. Merman, how would we reword this? It sounds like we probably have a majority of the board that wants to see local residents have priority. It would be the priority number 4, but it would just deleting the section about 55% of free and reduced lunch.
Yes, President McNicholas, that's what I'm envisioning right now as I'm taking notes, and something that then gives the priority to the students that live within the neighborhood of the school within some type of a location radius. And what we could do is we could work on this language, and then we could always bring this back on the 9th.
Okay, so there isn't a requirement that we approve or disapprove this tonight? It can come back on the 9th?
It can go back on the 9th if that's the will of the board.
Superintendent, do you have a comment?
We'll work with a petitioner to see what they prefer. I mean, they're listening and I think that they might have, preference one way or the other, but I think that, we clearly want something that incorporates the local kids prior to just the rest of the district and then the rest of the world.
Superintendent, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think there's a way to play with starting with students currently enrolled in that school, and students who reside in that elementary school attendance area will be giving preference to attend such a campus operated by the academy. So I just think we need the word facility ahead of that because we want to keep it super simple. We will then take this back to the charter to have a discussion and then bring this back on the 9th.
Trustee Hanchek, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just can you walk me through why the speaker's right about we're in the middle of a campaign. As you see, we are missing someone. And I have no idea what it'll look like. We literally will have the board meeting. Votes may be counted or not. So is there a reason why we have to have November? Why can't we have full consideration in December?
When a charter operator turns in a charter school, you have so many days to then make sure that you've had the public hearing, you've done the admissions preferences, you posted your recommendation. And we also have board policy that then dictates that by certain timelines, if you want to open the following year. And so we have to follow all of those timelines unless a charter operator or charter petitioner says, I waive all timelines and you can decide whenever. I think what's complicated, right, for the charter petitioner is that at a certain point, I don't know how you make a school, right, or go through an appeals process or whatever else you may or may not have to do, make sure you're following the timelines under the law for Prop 39. So that's really the reason why and why we follow the exact timelines.
Okay, so I think we have direction to staff. Oh, okay. I thought that was another speaker. So I think we have direction to staff to revise. Okay, thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, we are on to 15A2. First reading Board Policy Citizen Advisory Committee. This is Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President McNicholas. This brings the policy. I think the last time it was updated was quite some time ago. So it brings it in line with CSBA suggested language, and staff is open for comments or suggestions and questions.
Ms. Hayes, do we have any blue cards on this?
We do not.
Okay, trustees, comments, questions? I have a couple. I want to start. The first two paragraphs of the underlined portion. Okay. The board shall establish Citizens Advisory Committee when required by law. The board may dissolve any advisory committee not required by law. And then the second paragraph says the superintendent or designee may establish advisory committees, which shall report to him or her in accordance with the law. So make sure I understand this, that the board can only establish committees only when it's required by law?
No, the board has the discretion to form advisory committees for any purpose.
But we must do it. We shall do it when it's required by law.
Correct. And that would be for like LCAP advisory committees and DLAC, ELAC committees, things like that.
Okay, but if we decided we wanted an advisory committee on stadium safety or something like that, this doesn't prohibit us from doing that.
Correct.
Okay. Trustee Bolus?
Do we currently have a citizen advisory committee?
We have the advisory.
We have all kinds of.
We have like the CAC, the LCAP committees.
Yeah,
ELAC.
okay.
We have those. Those are advisory committees.
Is IMRC considered an advisory committee?
What?
IMRC?
And that would be one example, yeah, I believe.
Okay, okay.
I tried to look for a comprehensive list of required advisory committees on the state website. I couldn't find anything. They would just give like examples of those. Which
I think
listed.
DLAC and CAC are the only required ones.
I believe so.
I was told that one time,
And
maybe by
LCAP.
I think the LCAP is required.
I think LCAP is.
LCAP, yes.
Okay, well, I know we have those. All right, so my question that I have is under current considerations, whether it is going to be an application process or whether trustees would appoint. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be that we could accept applications and from the applications, the appointees would make a selection. I know for this, again, for the city, for their commissions. To be a commissioner, you need to apply. And then the city council looks over those applications and makes their selection.
So that it would depend on the committee. So there are some committees that require an application process. There's some committees that don't require it. So it would really be at the discretion of the board as to how the committee is formed.
So this policy covers all advisory committees, some of which may have a specific appointment requirement,
Correct.
some may not. Okay.
Okay, but I'm questioning, this is saying kind of either or.
Yes.
And I'm asking for a third option, that it can be a selection process from applications. But this makes it sound like it's done by application process and or by each trustee appointing one member.
Right.
I think and covers your option. And
It's and or.
And doing it that way. Okay,
So it would be a combination of both.
okay.
trustee Hanachek?
Just kind of clarifying, it seems to me when we talk about committees, the reason why we kept the Facilities and Finance Committee reporting to the superintendent, if we form committees that report to us, aren't those committee members subject to Form 700? As I recall, then they have to go, it's different for them. For some reason, I thought
I
that's,
would have to, it would have to be, I think, I don't know, it would depend on the committee. We would have to look into that.
yeah, because I'm
Like a
pretty
7
sure that discussion came up, and it's the reason why we said, well, why doesn't this report to us directly? It's like, no, then those people would be subject to Form 700.
So later in the agenda, there is an item that has where the state
Okay,
says this particular committee is subject to the Brown Act, but I think it would have to be based on each committee. We'd have to.
yeah, see, because that one reports to, all right, well, I'll wait for that.
Trustee Bilikas, when you were on Mission Vehicle committees, did you have to do Form 700?
As a commissioner, yes.
You did, okay, all right. I did in the city of San Juan, but I was told that that was a city council decision, not a state requirement. I don't know.
Again, it may depend on the particular committee. Some have state requirements that they do.
Yeah, well, in the case of what I was on, it would be the same for the planning and transportation, because if you own property other than your home and you're making decisions, they're gonna want that on that 700 form, so.
Okay,
I don't
interesting.
think it's a local decision. I think that, to me, I think it's just like.
I think this policy is general enough to cover either if it's specified by law or if it isn't. So,
Well, and we can follow up in the AR to really define who has to fill out the Form 700, which may only be surplus property 711 committees. So we'll follow up on that.
so this is, we don't have a full board, so this is gonna come back as a second reading. We can't approve it tonight. We can't waive the second reading.
Okay, if it comes on consent.
Is that okay with trustees? Comes back on consent next month? Okay.
But do we not usually vote even though it's?
You can,
I mean,
it still has to come back on consent, but you
Yeah,
can vote.
okay, that's fine. Well, I don't care.
You want to move approval? Or not, or we just wait till it comes back for second vote?
Let's wait and
Okay.
back on consent and I don't need that. I just thought we normally did.
Okay. Next up is 15A3. Establishing a district advisory committee for school capacity analysis. Excuse me, Mr. Hampton again.
Thank you, President McNicholas. We have a brief, very, very brief PowerPoint presentation to provide. So slide one are we on slide one? Okay, I think we are. So as part of the Facilities Board Policy 7100 titled Determining Needs, the district is interested in evaluating school capacity and needs as it relates to the impacts of declining enrollment and long-term projections. As such, we would like the board to form a district advisory committee working with staff to gather facts and provide a recommendation to trustees at a later meeting. The committee would be comprised of 7 members, with each trustee from the newly seated board in December selecting 1 member to serve on the committee after the December board meeting. John Forney, the Chief Facilities Officer, and I, along with a district consultant, would facilitate the committee meetings And the meetings would also be follow Brown Act requirements. Within the timeline presented here, we expect the district advisory committee members to hold their first meeting shortly after the December board meeting. Next slide. So the following slides are the suggested timeline for district advisory committee meetings and milestones. At the November board meeting, we will present the California Department of Education best practices for evaluating school capacity and future school needs. Tonight, if approved, the district advisory committee would be formed and members selected after the December board meeting as mentioned earlier. The district advisory committee will hold their first meeting in late December or January and review historical background data and discuss the evaluation process per the California Department of Education best practices that again, we will be presenting in November. Next slide. So in February and March of 2023, the district advisory committee will continue to review options and finalize recommendations for the superintendent's review. It would be expected that in April of 2023, the district advisory committee will present its recommendation to trustees. The following slides are simply a graphical representation of the timeline already mentioned. Staff recommends approval of the formation of a district advisory committee for evaluating district school capacity and needs with members to be assigned in December. Thank you.
Do we have any blue cards on this? No? Trustees, questions or comments? I do. The slides indicate that this is a district advisory committee. This is a specific district advisory committee. This is the school capacity analysis district advisory committee.
Yes, they would have a single charge is to evaluate the capacity of the schools and provide a recommendation to trustees.
Is this a 7-Eleven committee?
Is it what?
A 7-Eleven committee?
Yes, well, yes, it's like it.
It's like it, but it is not
Yeah.
a 7-Eleven.
It's not technically a 7-Eleven committee, but it's formed like a 7-Eleven committee, having 7 to 11 members. So it'd be 7 members, each appointed by trustees with staff facilitating.
Oh, this is per CDE. This is how we
Yes.
form this kind of a committee.
This is per CDE best practices for evaluating school capacity. Yes.
Which are guidelines, not legal requirements.
Okay, I wanted to make sure, there's not a whole lot of public here left, but you might be listening, that this is a specific school capacity analysis district advisory committee. I know that's too long of a name to call it.
Yeah, but it's
We just come up with an acronym of
school capacity, school facility and school capacity needs.
Well, and in the recommendation, we'd be asking the board to vote on. It's recommended the Board of Trustees establish a district advisory committee for school capacity analysis.
Okay, so that is the staff.
Starting in an end.
Right. My other question is, and I think you answered it in your explanation, your timeline does not say specifically when the members are appointed.
So it would be after, so the newly seated board members in December would then select the members that they would then appoint member each, so that we would then have the 7 members. That's why the first meeting would be sometime in December, mid to late December, January, to have time to get the committee members appointed by each trustee after the December.
Is that okay? That's not a public interview appointment kind of thing,
No.
selection appointment. That's
Similar to IMRC, where you come up with the person that you'd like to see sit on the short-term advisory committee just to look at this school enrollment and then be able to come together to make a recommendation back.
Thank you. Trustee Jones?
So, are we going to have like an application process? Are we talking about that? The reason I ask is, we go ahead and approve this, but then at the December meeting, we have to already have our appointees available, and we're going to have at least 2 new board members who might be going, wow, and they may not have a way to find people to do this. I mean, that concerns me unless we start putting it out there and get applications. I mean, I frankly don't know necessarily who I would appoint. And it can be a struggle to get members. I mean, it was a struggle to get members for the facilities committee. And I don't want to just take whoever shows up. I want to like get some applications and choose somebody that I think is going to be good. I mean, what a concept, right? But so how are we going to do this?
Well, I think one of the reasons why it would act similarly to the IMRC is that then it is a person, right, that you appoint that shares similar values as that trustee, right? So that as they're looking at this data, we're happy to write up what the expectations are. So you have like a 1 page on exactly what they'll be doing. And then when we come back November 9th and explain, here are all the CDE best practices in this process, we can also highlight what they're doing and happy to then publicly share to candidates that this is happening. But I do think if we want to have analysis back in April, we really do, and this is one of the board's 4 major goals, then we have to kind of get started sooner.
And I
rather than
understand that.
later.
I don't have a problem with the date.
Yeah.
I have a problem with not soliciting applications. I want us to solicit applications and then let board members look at them, including the new board members, because truly, I mean, who are they gonna name? What?
That's what, we didn't say this was gonna be an application process. This is an appointment.
On
I
approval
understand, I
following the
know,
October
I understand that. But it will be an appointment process, but how do we find the people? I mean, I don't,
How did you find your IMRC
well,
person?
believe me, I asked dozens of people and I lost like my first 3 who never showed up for anything. But I mean, if you want me to come up with somebody, frankly, I can't do it.
But
I
we
can't
could,
do it.
staff could provide
I'll help you
some assistance or guidance that could then help you maybe think of somebody that you know that could be good at doing this, or some community member.
You just don't know, you have no idea how much I begged people to do this, to be on the IMRC. And I mean, it is not as easy as you think.
Trustee Polkas?
I hear what you're saying, but I do think the IMRC is different. I mean, you're looking for someone who doesn't mind reading a lot of books. I'm thinking I'm going to get a business person who knows how to analyze something. So my question is, chances are the person that I'm going to find works during the day. So I'm kind of more concerned about what kind of time investment I'm going to tell them is required. And will the meetings be, evening?
Yes.
At least, I don't know, later in the day, 4:30, 5 o'clock versus 6, 7.
Yeah, we would need to accommodate.
Kind of like what we did with the facilities advisory. Okay.
Correct.
And do we have any kind of sense to get this rolling? And because we have till, in April, how many meetings per month you might be anticipating we would start with? Because this is what they're going to ask.
I think it's starting with 4. Somewhat longer meetings because it's not going to happen in an hour, right? Looking at this data and the enrollment takes some time. It's looking at programs on sites and understanding the trends in those programs, special education. It's looking at the actual facilities and what the facilities are and look like. So examining some of those Kitchell reports. It's why Sean will be on the committee. So I do think there's going to be some time commitment in order. So when we come back the 9th, we can further define what that looks like, what the time commitment is, sort of what we're looking for. In the true 7-11, which is for the bond, they want you to get, 1 CPA, 1 of this, 1 of that. That may not necessarily, right, be an individual trustees. Well, that's what I want. I want that person, right, who can look at this data. So I think that's going to be an important piece and sort of think about globally what's happening across the entire district, right? Not just in one neighborhood or one area. So we can define this further when we come back November 9th to kind of help with this.
I think the timeline shows 4 meetings.
Yeah.
By December/January, February, March. So there might.
Well, they would,
two meetings in January, depending upon if that comes together in December, but it looks like 5.
have we informed the candidates that this is something that they will have to do? They'll have to appoint someone at their very first meeting?
As I do every year, I provide information to candidates that are running. It's public information. And I looked at the goals with the school and school capacity analysis as one of those goals, and described a little bit about that we would have a process, and this is, you know, what it might look like, but not that they would have to appoint a
Okay,
person.
well, I do think that they ought to, at least whoever we find out won the elections on November 8th or whatever it is, the people who prevailed should immediately get an email explaining this, so they can start looking. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be all 7, 8 candidates, but
And we're happy to provide a level of detail because I think it's important to be, as you all value, transparent with our community about what will be required, what this looks like, so that everybody, including the candidates, will see at the November meeting.
yeah, and I mean, I totally understand the timeline. I get that. I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with I mean, just filling my IRC spot has been very difficult in the 8 years I've been on the board.
So let's figure out how we can help. We can do that.
Trustee Hanachek?
So this question's a little bit different. So just kind of knowing this school district and knowing I guess I'm looking at how we protect our representative. How we can explain to them what their role is and how prescribed the role is. Because once between the charter discussion and all of this, the whole thing will go like wildfire. And so what I worry about is people literally petitioning the representative, whatever they can do. You know, so I'm imagining these meetings and stuff will be closed and so on and so forth once we add them. But these are just thoughts I've had, just recording them.
They're Brown Act, so they're open and.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm just a thought. Once we pull the trigger on this.
You're remembering attendance boundary committee meetings, right? Yeah.
I am. And that superintendent at the time worked around that by creating citizens boards with which you then beseech the board. So you and I were on opposite sides. And then it never came to so it kept them busy going around. So these are some things we really need to really think through. I have someone in mind, but all of a sudden I started getting kind of protective of them. So I don't know. I think we need to I think I need to understand this better.
Trustee Bolikas.
And just on one other note, because we've had a committee before who thinks that whatever conclusion they come to is what's going to be done. And we need to be upfront about they are advisory. We want their input, but ultimately, you know, the district and the trustees will be making the decision so that we don't misguide anybody.
The staff will make sure that the meetings are structured and information is shared as far as the rules of the Brown Act and what the charges of the advisory committee. And it's advisory. That's the key word in the name of the committee.
Will the staff, a staff person be the chair or the facilitator, or will they elect their own chair?
We're gonna have it led by the person the consultant that has done this kind of work before with districts.
Okay, so we won't have a chair that will possibly not have skill at leading the committee.
No.
Okay,
It
all right.
will help structure it and help them work through each of the way the data is analyzed.
So we'll bring back some of these details along with sort of what people can expect, what that looks like, how many meetings and information at the November 9th, along with the CV best practices.
So but we do need to vote to establish this committee.
Yeah, I would like the board to vote on establishing the committee because I do think once, well, no, the whole year goes by very quickly. And I think at the November meeting, as we present more of these details, you'll be able to weigh in and say, I think we should think about this or think about that. But we'll take the ideas you've raised tonight and add that into our expectations and presentation.
I'll move 15A3, establishing a district advisory committee for school capacity analysis.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bolika, second by trustee Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0-1. Okay, we are on to 15A4.
Motion to extend the meeting past 11.
We need a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
What time?
Second.
What time?
11:30.
Okay. Moved by trustee Jones, second by trustee Bullock to extend the meeting to 11:30. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0-1. Okay, second reading board policies. We already did student advisory board. 15A5, second reading board policy, international exchange.
Could I suggest that since such a small change was made that we just move approval and not hear the staff report? I will move approval. Is that acceptable? I mean, the change was small.
Yeah, I would second it. I don't have any changes. Any additions?
Okay, moved by trustee Jones, second by trustee Bullock, because I do have a comment, and just thank you, Carrie, for working with Katie Anderson, who made sure that we covered both existing programs. We didn't focus on one at the expense of the others. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-0-1. 15A6, resolution 2223-24 of the Capistrano Unified School District authorizing conveyance of an easement to authorize the city of San Juan Capistrano for purposes, authorize the conveyance of an easement to the city of San Juan Capistrano for the purposes of providing a permanent easement for Americans with Disabilities Act ramp. This is Clark.
This also seems pretty non-controversial. I move approval with
Excuse me, we have one speaker.
Sorry,
Michelle Flossel Campbell, go ahead.
Hi, Gila. I haven't gone to bed yet. It's getting late though. So good evening. Thank you for granting this easement to allow for the building of the ADA compliant ramp at San Juan Elementary School. Our campuses need to have accessible access for all community members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Any other comments or questions from trustees? I'll have to entertain a motion.
okay, second.
Moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Jones. This would be a roll call.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0-1. We are on to our, I believe, 15A8. This is a resolution 2223-26, resolution of the Board of Trustees of Capistrano Unified School District approving the use of anticipated future property sale proceeds Paseo de Colinas property.
I have one speaker, Michelle Flossel Campbell. Go ahead.
Good evening. Please approve resolution 2223-26, approving the use of anticipated future property sale proceeds from Paseo de Colinas townhome projects for the Niguel Hills Middle School. Our community appreciates this written intention of how to provide much needed facility work at our school. We also appreciate the district working to include an easement into any sale to save the stairway used daily by students to the Paseo de Colinas. Yesterday, these stairs became the sole exit available at dismissal to students due to a fire blocking Shark Bay. It is an important reminder as to why every school should have multiple egresses out in case of emergencies. Thank you again for passing 2223-26 to support facility work at Niguel.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions or comments from trustees?
Just have two I would feel more comfortable. I mean, the board report says summary, obtained property sale would be retained. This entitlements will soon then be able to come out. And when we did the South Bus Yard, we had already had an agreement with Toll. And then and we stated that in such a way that it was Dana Point schools. And obviously Miguel Hills needs the funds. But I just worry that we ever box ourselves in any way, shape, or form. What if there was an event at Miguel Elementary School? I don't know. I just probably would feel more comfortable. A couple things, waiting until we had an agreement. But I understand what we're trying to do here, and then maybe keeping it a little bit broader. I mean, it's Miguel's, and there's elementary kids that go there, and I don't know. Just some thoughts. I can be shut down.
Didn't mean. But
Art, could you address it? Do the funds have to be used here? Or in the city?
There's no requirement for where the proceeds are used.
Mr. Hampton, can you address the city's concern about these properties as we go through this process of entitlement?
So in the process of the development application we have in with the city, one of the things that any property development is required to do is to illustrate a public benefit. So this resolution is the district's illustration of what the public benefit would be from the development of the site. Typically, private developers have to do other types of work. You have to spend money in the city to provide that kind of public benefit or other aspects of the development. For the school district, the benefit is investing the proceeds into the Miguel Hills Middle School.
So just to expand on that, and you always know the schools in your area. Is that because Miguel Hills needs the most work, or might there be some money spent there and in some nearby elementary school that needs something?
Well, so to put things into perspective, we in the past, it's not a significant amount of money, right? To put it into perspective versus the needs everywhere. Miguel Hills Middle School is the middle school that serves a large group of the elementary schools that all the kids would go through. So the idea of focusing at the middle school is not just because there's land that's adjacent to it that's actually was part of the middle school, but because it would provide the biggest bang for the buck for all the kids that would be using that school.
it also is the biggest need in the area. Yeah, in fact, yeah, depends on what we could get for it, but we have about $9 million worth of need at the high school, at the middle school. This is based on our analysis from Measure I.
Well, I do know it has absolutely no curb appeal, other than the painting of the sharks and stuff. But I mean, it's like the front door. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, you haven't been into the room that looks like it's one of the mirror things where it goes uphill and downhill at the same time. Anyway,
The Winchester Mystery School.
yeah. We're getting punchy here. But yeah, I totally agree that this is, but again, this is similar to the Capo Valley resolution. That is, if we get the money, this is our intention. But nothing will happen until we actually have the money and a plan to do construction or modernization or whatever. So there's always time for change. Things happen, things change. But I would absolutely support this.
I would support it too. I mean, I think it's a real selling point to the city.
Yes.
To get these approvals and all, that it's going to be given right back to your community, which increases the home values that we're always saying, by improving our schools. So I'm for this.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move resolution 2223-26.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bullockis. All resolutions a roll call.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye, motion passes 5-0-1. That's it, right? That's it. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Hanachek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. We are adjourned at 11:01. Thank you, trustees.